Oh wait, hold up, we're in the wrong place. We're in the wrong place. Here we go. Here we go. Anyway, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Gaming Ozzy, welcome. Let me see, did I miss something over here? Nope, I think I collected all the, I think I collected everything from today. Wait! MP7, what the heck are you doing in here? What is Cheetah doing in the cafe? She's not part of this. What? Unless she is. We haven't gotten that far into the event to find out, I guess. But yeah, we are back with more Girls Frontline 2. We are gonna hopefully finish the event today. That's the plan anyway. Let me double check. How far do we get? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically 4 nodes. Technically there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. But hopefully they're not going to be as long as the first 4 parts. At least so I was told. So I was told. But yeah. Let me see. Are we stocked up on coffee at least? I finally figured out that you're not actually supposed to, like, make as much coffee as you possibly can. You're only supposed to make just enough coffee to clear these things. And I guess that was part of the problem why I feel like I wasn't, like, I'm using too much stuff up. But yeah. We're getting the gang back by the end of the event. Wait, maybe not this event, but maybe soon, eventually. Apparently, there's a few more events from JP anyway, that are being rewritten. Keep in mind that a lot of these, not a lot, but actually no, a lot. A lot of the events and stories had to be rewritten by Yuzong himself, I think. Because apparently there was supposedly a different writing team that was in charge of making the story for Girls Frontline 2 initially, is what I heard. I don't know how true that is. So, are there any Viagras in this side plot? No. So far that we've seen, no. Viagras are like are your common everyday bandits. There are no common everyday bandits here. We did run into a PMC, where one of the people that were working for it, maybe a couple of people that were working for it, absolutely now hate us, or at least have hated us before and trying to get more information on us. I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, let me see. Let me check some of the things here. But we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing that. Hey, Tactician Chance, welcome, welcome. Just trying to figure out how to segue from different things before we actually get into the game itself, into the event itself. I'm stalling for time. So in the spirit of stalling for time, there's this one manhwa that a bunch of my friends have been reading, and for some reason have just never gotten around to it until like today. And have you guys ever heard of this thing called The Greatest Real Estate Developer? That I started reading that, and I haven't gotten very far, like maybe 7 chapters in. It seems interesting. I'm waiting for the thing that really made it like stand out. Which is all the crazy faces in the series. So waiting for that. Yeah, I'm waiting for the faces to show up. They kind of did show up early on, but not to the extent that I was hoping yet. So I guess that comes later. There's also like over 100 chapters in it too. So I got a while, but so far it's enjoyable. It's enjoyable. So yes. Why is reverse collapse so hard? To me, the hardest part of reverse collapse was the stealth stages, and that's because there's really only one way to beat those. Otherwise, I didn't feel like the other stages, like the regular stages, were that difficult, but they did get very overwhelming really, really quickly. I mean, come on. For the most part, you're like using bare minimum amount of units, like 2, usually 3 sometimes. You'll get a few more later, but not that often. But you usually have like 2 units against 100 or more, and you really, really have to be thoughtful. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. You really have to be thoughtful about what you're going to be doing next. You can't just bum rush in and expect to survive. It just doesn't work that way. No. You have to, if it's a night battle, you have to guess where the enemies are going to be, possibly be. Rewinding is a valid tactic. Use it. Use it if you must. Otherwise, I think it's also because I played a lot of what do you call it? I played a lot of Super Robot Wars back in the day, so I kind of had a inkling when to use those skills and basically use them when you can, kind of thing. Then again, there were some Super Robot Wars games that are a lot easier than others. MX was pretty easy. Z2 specifically was sort of easy, but yeah. Tank not tanking. Honestly, the only time I ever used Athena, which is I think who you're talking about, the designated tank of the game, as an actual tank is Never. Actually, never. I used her as support for the most part. Item support and like counterattack support, but not actually a tank. You take way too much damage usually to use an actual tank. And if you do need to use a tank, you better make darn sure you take the minimum damage possible before you start tanking. She is not a knight. She is... what do you call it? She is there to tactically take damage, but she's not taking all the damage. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I've learned from basically playing the game. She's immortal in easy mode. Yeah, I didn't play easy mode. I played normal mode. Challenge mode is only if you're a masochist, but I wouldn't do challenge mode the first time around. Though I kind of want to do a challenge mode run. But yeah. I assume the game's pretty easy in easy mode anyway, like regardless of what you do. But no. How far are you, by the way? How far are you, Tactician Chance and Reverse Collapse? I'm kind of curious. Hey Panzer, welcome. Because, I mean, if you're just in chapter 2, as you can guess, it's just gonna get worse. I mean, there's some easy spots, but it's always gonna get worse. I don't know. I feel like the rough bits are actually pretty fun, but that could also be me being a little bit of a masochist too. So I don't know. Playing easy for the story, baffled by the idea of playing on normal. Just got to the infected zone. It's actually not that bad on normal. It's actually quite balanced in normal. Chapter 2 is arguably still the tutorial for Reverse Collapse. It technically is. Technically, I think it's still tutorial even throughout the end of Chapter 3. I want to say it's a tutorial up to Chapter 3. But even though I say that, they will keep introducing new mechanics as the game goes on. Even through the final stages of the game, which is, wow, always something new to learn. Always something new to learn. Saw a very familiar name. I think I know what you're talking about. I still don't know what the connection is, to be honest. Maybe we'll get a hint later on in Girls Frontline 2, but for now, the connection is name and looks only. We'll have no idea until quite a bit later. Anyway, I have held off trying to pull because I'm pretty sure. Wait, how many pulls do I actually have? Let me double check. I need to double check how many pulls I have because I might be able to spare one spark, maybe. Okay, 61930 divided by, what is it, 120? No, it's one. Is it 150 or 120? I think it's 120, right? Oh no, how much is it? Crap, how much is it? How much is a pull? One pull is 150. Okay. One pull is 150. 150 plus 31. So I have 443 pulls. I think True Spark is at 160. 160. See, divided by 160, so that gives me almost 3 sparks for the actual pull. So I guess technically I could I could spark for G36. I could spark for 416. I could also spark for G11. Possibly spark for G11. It'd be pretty close. Be pretty close. Oh, that reminds me. I almost forgot to do this. Trading post. Let's grab this. Now we have 5 extra pulls. And I have way too many of these vouchers to receipts. Sorry, I have too many of these receipts now. I don't know what to use them on except for these tickets. I did use them a little bit for the combat reports and the blueprints, but not really anymore. I don't feel like I need the combat reports and blueprints that badly, but maybe spending 160 for tickets for both targeted and non-targeted. Oh, I guess I just got non-targeted earlier. For targeted and non-targeted, it's probably not terrible, especially if you're gonna be pulling every so often. Just lost my third 50-50, so I can either eat my loss and have a guaranteed 416 or be spiteful and pull for her. How badly do you want G36 is the question. How badly do you want her? Hey Levant, welcome. I'm trying to stall for time before I get started with the event. Give me maybe 5-10 more minutes and then we'll get started for real. But right now, we're trying to give Cactus some advice. Whether to continue on with G36 or have a guaranteed 416 because he lost his 50-50. Personally, I would go for the guaranteed 416, depending on how many tickets and cubes you got. You really want your mains and Agent isn't here yet. I feel like Agent's not gonna show up. That's just my feeling. I don't think she's gonna show up. So if you really want your maids, I guess go for it. Personally speaking, I'm going for all of 404. All of 404. That's really my main goal. So getting a few people from 404 and Zucchero Cafe. So I get, gosh darn it, G11's part, G36 part of the Zucchero. Maybe I should grab her. But then again, I feel like Springfield's gonna come afterwards. But there's also Vector to think about later. Gonna wait for rerun rerun 36. Actually, that's probably not a bad idea. It's probably not a bad idea. I have gotten this far without having like a really strong healer, and G36 is a pretty good healer. But I've gotten this far without really doing too much healing that Coffee or Cheetah hasn't been able to. I mean, Cheetah and Coffee have been able to handle it. So for now, I don't really feel the need. It's more like a would nice to have kind of thing. Also, just rereading the comic, G36 so cute in the comic, kind of want her. Fair. Fair. You don't really need any specific character to clear the game unless you're sweating in Gunsmoke. Follow your heart and grab whoever you like. The thing about Gunsmoke is you don't need any healers in Gunsmoke apart from Cheetah. And if you have Sabrina, you don't need you still don't need a healer, because I think Sabrina's there. It's gonna help with at least defenses wise. Though I did accidentally put Nagant in one of my Gunsmoke teams earlier, and she did die to the boss, which was embarrassing. But then again, she really didn't do much, and the round still came out to about 1,700 points, which is about average for me, between 1.5 and 1.7 for this particular boss. So it's like, okay, it's not the end of the world. What are the chances Springfield Banner's gonna have Macchiato as well? Pretty likely. I feel like it's pretty likely. Though, yeah, actually, it's probably pretty likely. It's either Macchiato or it's gonna be G36. Not entirely sure, but one of them could come together. What's up with the buff anyway? Buff electric, we only have Mosin, really? Yeah, well, I haven't actually checked. Let's see. What is the... Oh wait, I can't see the buffs here because we're not actually in the thing. But buff electric, Mosin, yeah, isn't there like a burn thing there also? We don't really have a whole lot of burn anyway. I mean, technically speaking, I guess you could have probably used Krolik, even though I don't know why you would want to. And if you have Ksenia, you could also probably use Ksenia. So you have Ksenia, Krolik, Sharkry herself. Not very hard hitting units to be honest, but if you do get that double debuff on the boss, that's actually gigantic damage. Actually gigantic damage. I kind of hate that you are more or less forced to use Papasha for one of your slots just to get that double debuff bonus. So yeah. Been only playing this game for a month and almost got all the perm dolls except for Petria. I have all the perm dolls. Do I have all the perm dolls? Actually, do I? Hold up. I think I do. Hold up. I do have everyone. Except, okay, so I have everyone from the standard banner. I'm gonna shrink myself. I'm gonna shrink myself for later too anyway, so here we go. I don't have Diane, didn't roll for her. G36 is here. Didn't roll for Ulrid, still don't feel like rolling for Ulrid. Suomi, I might just make it a meme for this channel that I never roll for Suomi, out of principle. Personally speaking. So, thinking about that. Dushevna, I had to skip her to save for someone else. Hey GNG, welcome. Yeah, at least getting one of everyone is probably the way to go, because you do need that team diversity for certain things in the future. Or if you want to do the extra boss fights for whatever reason, which I should probably do so at some point. Speaking of Petria, I wish I did this role on stream, but I managed to actually get a Petria dupe from the dispatch gacha. 110 roll. I got a Petria dupe. It's like, really? I wasn't even expecting it to happen. I think technically you can get a guaranteed Petria if you have 100 rolls. Don't quote me on that one. But getting a Petria from the dispatch gacha seems rare. Very rare. Suomi's such a crush. Can't imagine fighting without her. I can't imagine fighting without her because I've done so for the most part without. I think I've only really used Suomi, borrowed a Suomi specifically, when I felt like I'm just too lazy to do the fight properly. Not necessarily because it's a crutch, just I'm too lazy, which I guess is a crutch. Have you seen the one live 2D viewer someone made on Reddit? Live 2D viewer of all the characters? I think I've heard about it. Is that the one? I saw a Reddit post where someone tried to make a smug face for Dandelion. That's the one I saw. I didn't check the post though. I'm assuming it's there. Suomi is a chill run. No pun intended. Got 2 cats from dispatch so far. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Hold up, there's one more thing I need to check. How many Nora archives? Ah, crap. Papasha is so hard to get shards for. So hard to get shards for. Sabrina too, because you have to wait for her every month. It's just Papasha just takes a while because you have to farm for it. And you have to be in a platoon that's somewhat active to even have a chance. Can now have Wawa in the bear suit from the event. Oh! Oh, it even has it even has those. Nice. It is a crime that it is in the skin. True. Do you know what else is a crime? But it is a skin? Nikita. Nikita's cheerleading outfit. Gosh darn it. I have Discord open at work sometimes. And in the other gacha server that I'm in. Someone posted 2 videos of Nikita in her cheerleading outfit, sleeping on the bed in certain angles, and I had to like remind myself, don't go into the Girls Frontline channel during work. Do not go to the Girls Frontline channel during work. It will be bad if someone saw that from behind. How is it that she shows so much skin on that thing? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Just how meaty she is. Holy freaking crap! How is that even legal to have in the game? It shouldn't be. Like it shouldn't be. When is Lotta coming back? Need like 10 more parts to max her? Oh, good question. I don't know when she's coming back. I do know eventually you can get Lotta shards from the shop. I think using the blue tickets, the blue receipts. But I don't know when that's gonna happen. Because we're also supposed to be getting ticket exchanges using the gold badges. There's holes. Let me show you an example. We're supposed to be also getting ticket exchanges in this tab. Eventually. I thought that was coming with the standard banner focus. But you can pick who to get on the 50-50 and the standard banner, but I guess not. Because that's been a while. In this tab, you're supposed to be able to get Lotta shards eventually. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to get her like you would from the event. I don't think so, maybe, but she's supposed to show up here eventually as well as her weapon. Yeah. Greatest role from this game is both getting QJ dupe and her weapon at the same time. Oh wow, that's actually really good. That's really good. Honestly, you generally shouldn't be on the game channels during work anyway. No, but I get distracted easily. And I'm curious what the other people in the channel say, in the server say. So yeah, that's on me. That's on me. Ballistic shields. Very, very bouncy ballistic shields on Nikita. Yes. Once was reading a non-18 but risque manga. I was going through the halls and one of the coworkers so noticed. Yeah, this is the downside of modern technology, especially on your phones, or if you for some reason have tablets with you on the go. Downside of modern technology, having the internet at the touch of your hand, literally. Not strong enough to do any heavy work, but strong enough to be able to get to your degenerate sites and damage your reputation at the same time, if you're not careful. If you're not careful. Not even that, just some games you decide to download and play in public. Then again, it really depends on where you are. If you're in Asia, people are gonna look at you funny, but will mostly leave you alone. If you're in the Western world, people will look at you funny and also probably call the cops on you sometimes. Maybe I exaggerate. Saw someone reading smut in class once, sat behind them and just said, and let's just say did not pay attention to the lecture that day. I would say nice, but also please pay attention to the lecture. That kind of sounds like something Koharu would do in class, you know. Hanako just happens to be sitting right in front of her, and Koharu in the back sees the smut, pays attention to it instead of the impromptu makeup lesson. Yeah. Anyway, I think I have stalled long enough, and I do not know how long we have left on the event. I do know we have 6 nodes left. We have a solid 6 nodes left, but hopefully this will go faster than the first 4. Is my hope. Actually, in college, I just got so bored with some class I read stuff way more interesting on other subjects. Hard to miss whatever happened in front of me when the scene is 17 inches on the laptop. Fair enough. Hopefully all the dolls in my PFP are gonna be in this game. I can't see your PFP too well from the screen I'm looking at. It's very hard to see. But I'm hoping to. Oh yeah, I did get debated earlier. I thought M14 was gonna be in Girls Frontline 2, but apparently Mika announced a M14 skin in Girls Frontline 1 in CN, which if you haven't heard, the CN main story has already completed. And I think some people are still surprised that Girls Frontline 1 is still alive in China. So that's a little surprising. Kinda curious what the skin's gonna look like, but still surprising nonetheless. Wawa Thompson Contender. I would help you with the other one, but I can't see. It's too small on my screen. I do hope... Oh, well, Wawa is there. We do have Wawa. I think Thompson is hinted to come in the future. Hinted, not guaranteed. Contender might be a long shot, to be honest. Contender might be a long shot, but we can hope. Twin-tailed green hair and uses a submachine gun. I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about, but I can't for the... it's not Scorpion. Scorpion, someone else. I know who you're talking about, but for the life of me, I cannot remember their name. And I'll have to look it up. Hold up. SMG GF1. Lee and Car, please. I'd be surprised if Lee ever shows up again, but then again, that was only the only reason why they didn't show up more in Girls Frontline 1 is because of their artists being not very present. Was it Sten? That's not Sten. Green hair was not Sten. Who was it? Who was it? I think it was... Is it PP90? Green hair's PP90? Nope, that's someone else. PP90 is someone else. P90. Nope, that's the bear. Who was it? No, I don't think it's Uzi. I know Uzi has green hair and twin tails, but I'm thinking of someone else also. Uzi, where are you? Why can I not find you? Uzi's not even on here. In the machine gun list. Why? Oh, it's because it's under Micro Uzi, that's why. Hold up. We're not thinking of her, right? We're not thinking of Uzi. That's the one, M950. But she's a handgun. Right, that's the one I was thinking of. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, she does use a handgun. I still wouldn't have gotten her name though. I still would not have gotten her name because I did use her a lot back in the day. I just can't remember these random letters and numbers. Calico is the other name for her, right? How can you even remember half these names? Well, if you use them a lot, you eventually remember them. But if you don't see them often, then you kind of forget. Are we talking about her? Are we talking about her? I remember Calico. I remember Calico increasing my attack speed like crazy. Her tiles are a little bit weird though, if I remember correctly. Yeah, her tiles were not the easiest to work with. Because it's a cross shape, and the way you have to place her, she's either in the back or in the middle. But I usually use a B or a 6 formation. No, P or B formation. I don't usually use a cross formation, but I think, could be mistaken, but I think this works well with certain rifle setups. Especially if you put M14 there. M14 with Calico and some other handguns that increase damage and crit damage. Damage skyrockets. But it does make me wonder though. There are people who can look at a gun and tell you instantly what it is. Just by looking at it. No. And I can't for the life of me figure out how they can spot some of these more... Some of these guns that look so similar to each other. There's a few I can kind of tell, but other than that... Being American plus Texans got a permanent buff, honestly. Can I tell you guys something? I may have mentioned this before. But I used to live in Texas before I had to move. Can't say I was too much into guns over there. When I lived there, but I did know they exist. Firepower RFs work well, very well. Anyway, let's go and get started. Recap. Recap of what happened last time. We basically picked up from the end of the Diane event. So Diane, Shikikan, and everyone that was there. We're still fighting at the bottom of a tunnel, I guess, where the Paradise people were, and there was a boojum made of Paradise, not just Paradise people, of there was a boojum down there made of people parts basically, and there were 2 Helenas. Our Helena was possessed, and then there's another Helena we met up who is a lot more serious, very jaded, and a lot more mature than our Helena. Very easy to talk to, at least. 2, 3, or 4 daughters. Well, that's gonna depend on where the new Helena, or should we call her now Melanie, is going to go. But yeah, so that happened. Apparently there's a PMC from Mangi Security that went down there to clean up the mess from Paradise, I guess. It just so happens they met with our dolls, and well, someone got their head spun 360 degrees, and you know, bad stuff happened. Bad stuff happened to them, and apparently there was one person there that seemed to have been from Frankfurt, but no one seems to know where from Frankfurt she came from, assuming she's probably in the last bits of the Girls Frontline 1 story. So there is that. And then I think we went to... So we escaped with Wawa and company, Sharkweed piloting a helicopter, made it back to where the city where the cafe is, but we didn't go to the cafe yet. We had to go to a safe house where Springfield was waiting for us. And we got a little bit of time to rest before moving on. So that's about it. Yeah, Griffin helicopter. Probably the same one they use for the gacha animation in Girls Frontline 1 too. Too bad this event has no animations. Sad, but I think the next one is going to have one because it's a major event, if I remember correctly. Hopefully we get some CGs from this one though. Haven't seen one yet. Okay, so I think we just finished talking to Springfield and Melanie, who is the other Helena. And I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do afterwards, so we'll go ahead and see where we're at there. Mangi seems to be the KCCO of this game. Well, KCCO is probably gone now. Didn't you see the heli CG? Yes, technically yes. But that's not the kind of CG I was hoping for, you know? I did see the attack helicopter like aim downward with a bunch of barrels and rockets. That was pretty nice. More thunder loading screen, right? Oh wait, did we actually make it to the cafe? Oh, we actually made it to the cafe. Oh, I thought we were gonna be stuck in the safe house. Okay. I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Santaresi has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls. The first one in a long time. Santaresi and Springfield served up a sumptuous feast, and the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how the Zucchero was founded, while Diane recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. Santaresi did her best to serve everyone, while Jiang Yu and Zhao Hu were about to put on an impromptu performance for us, only to remember that their instruments and luggage were still at the train station from the previous place, so they don't have that anymore. Springfield helped them contact the local authorities, and when they learned that the missing items would be shipped over to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Sharkery's stage to sing an off-key song. Dragged out Sharkery's stage. Oh, she has like a portable stage, I guess. We cleared the tables once we were done eating. Or rather, they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down. Okay, so we're not helping with the cleaning. It's like, okay, we're the guest here, I get it. So is half the other people. As the night wears on, the lights in the building outside gradually go out, and the clamor from outside the windows slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in both my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. This sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now it is a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. Reunited with like maybe less than 10% of the dolls that we used to have, but it's still more than what we started in this game. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long while since it happened, I can still clearly remember the looks on everyone's faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protest. But at that time I was utterly powerless. I couldn't even give them an acceptable explanation for what I had done. There we go. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this had happened, after meeting everyone again, not a single one of the dolls has come over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Commander? They probably don't know, right? Yeah, they probably don't know. Huh. So it's kind of like Kalina. They just kind of suddenly left one day without knowing why. I'm still surprised that only Kalina seems to have been the one who actually got mad at him. Everyone else is a lot more forgiving about it for one reason or another. It seems everyone still has that same unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave. The one that I couldn't even convince myself. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though nothing had happened? Springfield helps Interessi return the dishes into the cabinet, then glances toward me. Apparently, she noticed the complicated look on my face because she undoes her apron and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite me. Dang, if we were alone, the apron wouldn't be the only thing that gets undone. Kalina is a human while the others are Teodals that basically raised by the commander. Yeah, KCCO is the Neo-Soviet army from the previous game, which I guess doesn't really exist now. Maki did get mad at us for not telling her, but she is Sun and easily forgives us. After 10 years, too. To be fair, Kalina was like our biggest human-to-human relationship, and that had a whole promise to stay together. Yeah, I guess. It's also 10 years. It's also 10 years. What's wrong, Commander? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I feel a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me, and I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess? As she says with a wink. Dang. Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us just a little. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Is there something you wanted to say just now but couldn't? I take a deep breath, trying to gather up the strength to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally managed to build up the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. She knows! Groza might be wife, but Springfield is the... Springfield's the other wife that knows everything, apparently. Dang. Without actually being official wife. Yet the fact that she's asking this question despite knowing the answer is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving. And I'm sorry for that damn agreement. Springfield is mommy wife. Yeah. I pause, and after thinking for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing that agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew it might not have been the best choice, but if it meant everyone could be safe, that you'd have a future, then it was a price I would gladly pay. Springfield keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I actually felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think that this was the way to give everyone a better future, and that I could escape from those inconvenient realities I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew what was right. A lot of people died, yet I'm still alive. The only reason why I survived is because countless dolls gave their lives for me. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer yet. And so I've drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chosen wrongly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt. I thought that turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Oh yes, I was no longer being used, but that was because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, what even was the point of giving it all up in the first place? Thinking? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own... Wait, killed? I don't think that happened. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Paradise is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. I guess he doesn't know. I guess he doesn't know. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers whenever to wait. We used to be able to send choppers wherever to deploy like $25 at once. Oh yeah, and that was expensive as heck. Even did it for the sake of a certain senior of mine. Nowadays, mailings got to scrounge up screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the hell are you even doing? You made your choice, but you keep on second guessing yourself. Does someone like this even deserve to be called a commander? Do you think you're a URNC big shot who can get elected just by keeping a low profile? He thought he killed him. Yeah, let's just say is it really a huge spoiler to know about him? I don't know. Just know that he's directly or in the Girls Frontline universe, basically. So yeah. In the past, I still had the strength to change something, but now all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things I've kept in my heart for all this time. Springfield continues listening until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. Heard there's some rewriting and stuff? Okay, spoilers. This might be a big spoiler for some people, and I wish I could look at the chat to do this without going in and out. But anyway, Reverse Collapse is technically a remake of a earlier game that the devs Mika have made before the Girls Frontline series, and most of it is still intact in the remake. So, just saying, if you go far enough in Reverse Collapse, that part is not written out, is all I'm gonna say. At least it would make sense. It would not make sense to write it out. I don't think you're running away from anything, and I don't feel like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself, the you who left without saying a word. I finally gathered the courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Is she mad at us? I feel like she's kind of mad at us. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I meant. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness, I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Commander, it seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during our 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives. We lived on, while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tip of her hair around her finger as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we've lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think that we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore now that we're no longer your subordinates? Definitely not. They seem to be more than ready to do that as soon as they meet up. Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time they also cut to the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? Oh, what happened? Nothing happened at all. We were still gathered together, we trained together, ran simulated battles together, we uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer a commander in name, but we continued living the same way we did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. Dang, that's what they did when I left the game. And they still keep doing that. They still keep doing that, though they probably can't go into more new commissions because they're kind of frozen. I wish they did dailies while we were gone. They only fill the exploration until the shelves are full, but they don't refresh the dailies forever and ever and ever. I wish they did. I wish they did. Then the next day came, and the day after that. Those days lasted a very long time, until Miss Kalina came to the base and told us that it was time we took the first steps of our own. She said that this was what you would have wanted, so we did. In the past, you always said that you'd be nothing without us, but the reverse is also true. Oh crap. Misclicked that. If you hadn't raised us up the way you had, we wouldn't be our present selves either. I see. To you, we were all special, unique individuals, and in our hearts, you were the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with rank or position, and nothing can ever replace it. The bond 100 on everyone. Bond 100 everyone, whether or not you fed them all cake or fought with them on sorties. The reason why we could become Springfield or Santaresi or Macchiato, it's all because you were there. No, even without me, you'd... Springfield shakes her head. Have you heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? Can't say I have. I think so. Can't say I have. A human dies for the first time when their vital functions cease. Okay. They die for the second time when they're completely forgotten. I can see that. And that kind of happens to a lot of people. Still got 80 dolls to level. But it's not like that for dolls. Tactical dolls were made because they can never truly die, but that also implies that we are never truly alive either. The only time we can come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others, and this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around anywhere on the street, filed under broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type. Easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. Yeah, we got Vepley and Sharkry for the entertainment type apparently. What are you? What are you, Springfield? Is this the restaurant type? The service type, I guess? First all I got to 100 was RPK. Man, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Let's see, who was the first doll I got to 100? It might have been G11 actually. I know G11 helped me a lot when I first got her. So imagine my excitement, I guess, when I realized she's gonna be coming soon. But also my disappointment that basically almost her hair has been chopped off. Yeah. But you gave us the most important thing in the world. The one thing that makes us truly alive in this world. The unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you will understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. Reminder that Wawa used to be a cashier for a conveni. Was she? I didn't know about that. I didn't know that she used to be a service type before. The travesty that is Springfield not having a mod 3, so we don't know her backstory, which feels bizarre given how much she shows up in so many different side events. Yeah, wasn't there like one line in the first game like, it's not time for her yet to have a mod 3? Or something like that. And then, as far as we know, she never gets one. Maybe she'll get one post-story. But technically, if you really, really want to make it technical, the Springfield we see in Girls Frontline 2 may as well be the mod 3. Could be the mod 3 anyway. I would count as a mod 3. Got a feeling that her hair got cut in 416 spikes, so they had to cut it off. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Most dolls were repurposed civilian dolls. Yeah, I think there's a few that are actual T dolls, and there's quite a bit more that went from civilian to being a T doll for various reasons. Springfield outright refused her mod 3 even though she was compatible for it. Yep, I definitely remember that part. Forgot when she actually said that though. But I must tell you this, if you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even this Zucchero that you've poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you alright with that? I like to think that agreement was a trial of sorts. It is a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind to bring about change? I reflected on everything I've experienced until now. The shadow Paradise still looms over the world like storm clouds, and the big shots think that this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not just flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are still many unknown variables in play, in the end I decide to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. And in comes the Dandygate. Meanwhile, the Dandygate has been floating lazily in the air, slowly drifts over. How much have you heard, Dandelion? My oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the commander writes off all my attempts at persuasion as making fun of him. What shall I do? Whatever shall I do? But that's because you really are making fun of me. Oh, how you have wronged me. Miss Springfield, I call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. This scene hits different after finishing NeuroCloud. How far into NeuroCloud? Part of me wants to go back, but part of me is like, yeah, I don't really want to add another game to my list. Also, it was thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were so successful in guiding you to this cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget doll has finished checking the box. The vital signs of the little miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. Right. So I guess the midget she's talking about is Coffee. And Helena needs a little bit of collapse radiation to survive. Otherwise, she's gonna start slowly dying. Which kind of makes me wonder, is Melanie the same way? I wonder if Melanie is the same way, or this is just our Helena. Writing the final event story right now? Dang, that was also closing. I hope that Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Liev. Project NX, the third-person shooter. Haven't heard anything about that recently, though I have seen like little teasers in Twitter. Basically just the models. Isn't she in her box right now? Even if she's in the box right now, hell no. She still needs a dose of radiation, which she's not getting in a green zone, of all places. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. It looks like she hasn't had a good rest in a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in the safe house and not attend the party. And it's also very strange of Dandelion seemingly looking nice and not teasing us. What are you planning? What are you planning? I'm kind of scared. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting him in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There is a lot of corporate data in there which need to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. Dropping character teases. Seems like the dolls are gonna have fresh links or something. In the NX, right. Well, we'll see Oh, I guess we'll see what happens when we get more info on that. I kind of want to try it. Don't think I'll stick with it, but I kind of want to try it. After the dolls clear the table, Centauressi serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. Smorgasbord is a weird word to see written. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. The Zucchero's warm welcome is most definitely a treat for the dolls' gustatory modules. It seems that no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to help people forget their troubles and misery. After Zahyu clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. Oh, you can eat! You can eat! Okay, that's surprising, because I don't think coffee can. Miss Zahyu, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? She likes the chalky milk. Centauressi has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as the Zucchero's star employee. No, thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Even with a digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. Yeah, you know what? Just be glad Sabrina isn't here. She'll definitely clean up any leftovers and then some. I believe there's a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kit. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past when Miss Sharkray ate too many snacks before a show and had to use them to get her body back to its normal shape. Hey, don't go airing my dirty laundry in public. Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Centaures's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit us anytime, Miss Zahyu. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. Why would you air any laundry in public? They do that in Asia. You see it all the time if you visit Japan. Even in the high-rise apartments, you will see the laundry getting aired out at 20 stories high because that's just how they do things over there. Does Sabrina have a pure digestive accelerant in her module though? I think she technically has a black hole in there. I think they actually mentioned her having a black hole, or maybe accidentally making a black hole of sorts. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We will be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucchero. Common in C2, yep. Definitely C. It's a deal then. I don't think I see people in North America, much less the US, air their laundry. Some do, but it's rare. Very rare. The convenience of a dryer is just too much. Way too much. Yeah, Sabrina has that hammer space that she somehow developed in between Girls Frontline 1 and Girls Frontline 2. And I don't think she even knows how the heck it works. It could be used for great things. Instead, that's where she puts all her ingredients in food. Mundane utility at its best. Honestly, if I had the same thing as her, that's where I would put all my luggage in when I travel, so that I don't have to carry it around. And it's like, wait, you're not checking any luggage? Nope, just me. Just me. And everything is in the in the wormhole. It's a collapsed storage in her. Dryers wear your clothes out faster, so if you have a backyard, it might be useful. Fair enough, the dryers do wear out clothes faster. But sometimes, all the time, I just feel too lazy. I sit on the edge of the counter watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I left Griffin. Griffith. Griffin? Griffin? Did I say Griffin or Griffith? Griffin, okay. The colorful bright days in my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, mutated elids, and the collapsed storm screaming through vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, those storms scare me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? Oh. Call? Who's calling? We do have a fight for this node. As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centeresi quickly exchange looks and their faces turn severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling at a time like this. Manager, want me to pick it up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Just said. Hello, this is Zucchero. May I know who... Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. How much time do we have? 1 day. I tried my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about the shipment to anyone, on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you will get rid of that shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. I understand. What shipment did you go ask for, Springfield? The other party hangs up. The cafe is silent and the dolls all look up at Springfield. What's going on? Someone's looking for the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry, I got you all caught up in this. No, it's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Didn't they say 1 day over the phone? Why 1 hour now? Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean... Springfield nods, her face stern. Centeresi, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Well, no one's getting coffee here for a very long time, it seems. Sharkray, bring the truck over. We will all be gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We still need to get to Liev. Oh, that was it. We still need to get to Liev. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with the city security department. Once we've ensured that the surroundings are safe, Centeresi will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. The helicopter has been fueled up and it has takeoff clearance, so your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after that? The Zucchero will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We will shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, Santoressa will be traveling with you. Oh, so this is how we kindly get her, even though I didn't roll for her. I see. She'll be following me? Mm-hmm. She'll be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she is very familiar with the Zucchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she will be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes me realize that they've planned all this out ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve under the commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now, am I correct? There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, Xiaohu? Well, it's not like you're good at anything besides fighting. And a random doll just kind of gets dragged along for the ride. I gotta wonder what's going through her mind right now. As if. Alright then, I'll be counting on all of your help in the future. And Mei Ling is gonna have more workload in the future. Papasha, where the heck are you? Where is Papasha? Mei Ling needs help with all the maintenance and repairs. Xiaohu was just there for the music. So it was basically Wee Ball. Yep, it's like, yeah, you know what? Let's just see where this goes. It seems interesting. Hopefully I don't die. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. The dolls respond to me in kind, and then they begin gearing themselves up. Going for gig, end up in World War. At least Mei Ling has Dandy to help her with some of the tasks. Yeah, I mean, at least the what do you call it, electronic stuff. But Mei Ling needs help with all the other physical stuff. Xiaohu in the last 24 hours went from traveling for a performance to fighting Bujum, a cult, and a PMC, and now running away from who knows what. After checking all the exits, Santoressa returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There is a long rectangular case by her feet. I know there is at least one Sturmgewehr? I do not know how to say this word. It's a G36. It's a G36 assault rifle. I will say that. In there. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. I'm wondering if I should make the screen smaller, so that I don't cover too much text. I feel like I'm covering some text, but it's not too distracting, I hope. But yeah. The German. I don't even know how to go about pronouncing any German. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Not the most obscured. Yeah, I feel like I've done the Girls Frontline 2 streams on full since the beginning. I may as well just roll with it at this point. Storm Rifle, Assault Rifle 36. Is that what it translates to? I guess it does. Sturmgewehr. Sturmgewehr. Actually, hold up. I want to see what Google Translate calls this. German to English. Google Translate. The German says Sturmgewehr. What does it say?
Sturmgewehr.
I was not even close. I was not even close.
Sturmgewehr. Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
Sturmgewehr.
I wasn't even close. I don't. It's weird. Okay. Please come with me, Master. I'll be in your care for what comes next. There's more air in it, probably. Sturmgewehr. I've just ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zucchero's back door. We can move out anytime you're ready. Beep beep. More beep beep. What's the matter? It's an urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? A call from the Elmo? Did Groza and the others run into trouble while trying to meet up with 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart and I scramble to pick up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? Damn. Must be Paradise? What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemies are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Nope, that's not Paradise. That's not Paradise, that's Mangi. Lady's mad at us. Armored vehicles. Could it be Mangi again? Have melee increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode? Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. Oh crap. They came ready. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza quickly sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and give Groza a location. There is a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. And give mailing more work later on. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think as hard as I can about how to handle what is to come. As expected, picking up 404 didn't go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies in IFVs is by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with them by herself. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete, and we aren't too far from Liev. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them there again will probably be much harder, considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Half completed after 8.5 or so chapters, which is quite a while. And whoa, Springfield goes straight into the combat uniform. Damn. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries because she turns to me where she's standing off to the side and speaks. Commander, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to Liev from here is covered with Zucchero's intelligence network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway, so Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way. And I'm sure Miss Dandelion will help me as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Please and thank you. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on the helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So Melanie's coming with me too? Right now, there's nobody who's more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas will be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, they won't find anything even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness and into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Rosa again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the files in her hands and thinks about how best to handle the upcoming situation. Sharkry, take this truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You'll be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. Huh? But what about you, Manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. We'll arrange for Coffee and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, Manager? But what about the Zucchero? As long as we're around, we can set up a Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once this mission is over. Commander, make sure to make room for the Zucchero's latest outlet, okay? I'll be waiting for you. And Sharkry is gonna meet up with Vepley. A reunion after who knows how long. Sharkry's not gonna like it. I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you. I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response, and then we swing into action. Out of everyone, Shark would be the last person I would expect to pilot the heli. Honestly, me too. But I guess they had to give the piloting duties to someone. And for some reason, they didn't give it to G36. Centauressi helps me open the door, revealing a truck with a Zucchero logo on it. Vepley doesn't mind. Vepley never minds. Sharkry, though, on the other hand. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up on the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear slowly closes, I take one last look at this place and the safe house, which has sheltered me, even for just a moment, and the truck's engine revs up. I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. Dang. I was joking when I said it was going to be darker than espresso. It ended up actually being darker than espresso. Well, how many enemies do we have? Let's see. I see 1, 2, 3. 3? Okay, let's clear them up really quick then. Oh no, 4. Can I get 2? Wait, hold up. I should be able to get the diner gates. Yep, get both diner gates here. Darker than espresso sounds like a song. Could be. Could be. I could have also used Darker Than Black, but I don't know if anyone actually remembers that show. And if they do, they don't remember it for the second season. At least I hope not. Now that I think about it, I kind of barely remember the series. But I do remember it a little bit. Could be like an emo band. Nah, maybe not an emo band. Wait, what? Wait, what? Did someone fix her? The heck? Wasn't expecting to see you again as an enemy. Then again, she became an enemy when I didn't expect her to become one again. Several hours earlier on the Elmo, Groza carefully examines Sextans, who has been tossed Trussed up like a Christmas turkey. What does trussed up mean? Like, did they hang her like a Christmas turkey? Her frame is in ruins. Half of the synthetic skin on her face is gone. And her body lies limp in a way that can't even be described as human because not a single one of her joint is intact. Ew. Then how the heck does she get back up to fight us? Beside her is Nemesis, who is keeping an eye on her with a gun in hand. Oh dear, you won't be able to go on stage with makeup like that. I wish I could sock her a couple more times on her right side. That way her face would look even. Oh, you just don't get it, Crosha. Asymmetry is the latest trend now, like with stockings. Vepli is up with the fashion trends. Asymmetry. I feel like asymmetry as a fashion and design choice wasn't really a thing until maybe after the 2010s, or maybe a little bit more recent than that. Because I feel like people were trying to do like matching and like making sure everything looks symmetrical before, but now it's not not so much. It's like asymmetry almost everywhere, but or at least some sort of you know, not to make it monotonous anyway. Sex Dwarf in CN. Sexton's name is Sex Dwarf in CN. That is amazing. I don't even know what that means. Asymmetrical things probably only good because it can't be mass produced. Didn't think about that. I don't know a damn thing about trends, but I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Fair. Vepli and Krolik's banter flits? Flits. It does say flits. Flits past Groza's neural cloud, not even leaving a ripple in its wake. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and has no space to store such redundant data. Are you worried, leader? Would you like Vepli to sing you a song? Vepli knows all kinds of songs to liven up the mood. Worried about her? Just look at her. All her core components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is that leader is thinking about how best to sell her sell her off for scraps. Oh, are we talking about sextants? I think we're talking about sextants. No idea. No idea what we're gonna do with her. You just don't understand others' feelings, Crosha. As an idol, Vepli has to be sensitive all the time in order to pick up the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure leader must be worried about sextants. I don't think that's right, but... Modern tanks being asymmetric? What? Why would they need to be asymmetric? You got an excuse for not matching socks? Man, I gotta tell you. My socks always match just because I only have one type of sock. Not really. There is the merino wool socks I do have in a separate place, just because I save those for whenever I do hike, and I do use them for hiking. It's really good for that. Although all of the Elmos fighters are gathered in this repair bay, Groza's gaze has never once left Sextant's. She looks the third generation doll from head to toe for the nth time. Then she unconsciously frowns. While her body should not be able to pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means that we won't be able to obtain any useful information from her either. Is there no way to extract it from, like, her memory? How are neural clouds even stored, now that I think about it? Isn't that a good thing? Sounds like you're saying her neural cloud is busted and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl to her feet, there's no way she can fight with just one leg. I've seen tons of half-scrap dolls like this in the past. Groza shakes her head. Since the commander entrusted command of the Elmo to me. I need to ensure everything on the Elmo is running smoothly before he returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she was trying to accomplish. Huh. Groza examines Sexton's body again, but it's the same no matter how many times she checks. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark. I kinda want to see this, but they're not gonna let us see it for some reason. Maybe it's too gory even in robot gore. If only her neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might have been able to recover her memories through safe means. But why don't I give her a kick or two? Supposedly it works for fixing broken TVs from the previous generation. Only if it's a CRT. Only if it's a CRT. I don't think it works otherwise. Krolik rears up to do just that, but Groza stops her. Wait, Krolik, don't be rash. Her neural logs are completely destroyed and she's in a fragile state right now. If we handle this poorly and cause her neural cloud to melt down, we'll have lost our last clue. Yeah, didn't that dandelion person say she's analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? What did she find? I looked at the findings, but there wasn't much useful information there. Most of it was just badly damaged and incomplete fragments. That just means that her neural logs were wiped before she came here. Huh. Interesting. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up. Krolik scratches her head. She doesn't quite understand why Groza is so bothered by that matter. Even though Sexton's is an enemy, she's one internal overload away from being scorched to ash. So there's no way she can achieve her aim, no matter her reason for turning up here. Isn't she being too paranoid by having the Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? But getting robot gore later, I'm looking forward to it. You know, leader, you should just stop thinking so much about things. We could just go pick those 4 or 4 people up, then wait until the commander comes back to figure out the rest. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're really that worried, I could just dismantle her limbs, torso, and head into their component parts, to the point where not even Mei Ling could piece them together again. I see what she's doing. No, that's not what's bothering me. Groza does not continue. The other dolls on the Elmo have no idea what the commander has been through in the past. But how did she, a former subordinate, end up meeting the commander again? Indeed, why has she been reunited with the commander? Why had it been her specifically? It sounds like it was planted. Groza has never considered that question in detail. Or rather, she doesn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the commander simply hides this identity as a bounty hunter in the yellow zones, his identity as a bounty hunter in the yellow zones, burying that unspeakable past of his under the collapse storms and endless expanses of sand, never speaking of it again. Then she can continue staying by the commander's side and protect him without a second thought, up until the commander no longer needs her. But now that Paradeus has risen up again and is standing in the commander's path again, she knows that there is no way he will just simply ignore them. Whether the commander has been drawn into some conspiracy or has actively chosen to intervene in the matter, everything she has desperately tried to protect for the past 10 years will be wiped away in the blink of an eye. And when the time comes, she might not be able to serve as his adjutant any longer. She may even end up becoming a useless burden. Or perhaps a ticking time bomb. Well, she has been a little weird since the reboot, so I don't know. She doesn't even know if Sexton's presence here is because of her. Leader, were you spacing out? Come to think of it, you've been a little out of it ever since we got back from the red zone. Time for Vebly to take the stage. I'll sing a love song for you, leader. Love song. Please don't. Don't just start singing out of nowhere. You think you're a... Really? Wait, hold up. Really? Disney? Real? Even in this... Even here? A Disney princess or something? Wow. But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feelings. It's like a magic spell. That's how it always is in anime and cartoons. It's a slur. As the two of them go back and forth, Groza vigorously shakes her head, like she's trying to calm herself. The most important thing right now is to take care of what's in front of her. At the very least, she needs to finish the task that the commander gave her before thinking about other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was occupied by other things just now. In any case, to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elmo, I need to check sections first before making my decision. Krolik shrugs. She doesn't fully agree with Groza's point of view, but she trusts her leader enough not to protest any further. Once again, Groza brings up the analysis report Dandelion left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. Of course, she read it so many times that all she can do now is try to extract even the smallest scraps of information from any place she can. Just as she's reading the report again, a footnote of a section of destroyed contents draws her attention. It was probably preserved whole because it was not an important part of the neural logs. She opens the document and reads it. Test subject. Test subject notes. Motto. Project development unit has no initial. Personality preset. Has undergone ego growth and has currently developed an independent personality. No obvious defects detected in I'm guessing the sextants. Perceives self as overall executor of Currently in charge of transfer for quasi-full immune individual recovery. Performance is excellent compared to other products of the same cohort and possesses a psyche with human-like thought patterns. Initial observations suggest satisfaction of the criteria for the experiment. Okay. Seems like Sexton might have been kind of important. It looks like the person who handled this information was very cautious. Even a footnote like this in Sexton's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Groza has still gained some valuable clues from this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria. I've never heard anything about third-generation dolls being test subjects. Test subjects? Do you mean like that Pinky? Groza has obviously noticed that. However, Helena is a quasi-full immune individual, which means that one can still speculate on her experimental uses. However, what exactly is the objective of experiments conducted on a doll like Sexton's? Seemingly interested in Groza's discovery, Krolik tries to make sense of the message like Groza is doing. Naturally, she has no idea what it's talking about. What the hell? It doesn't make any sense. Why are her brain pathways so weird? No wonder she pissed me off so much. Still, since we know there's something like this in her neural logs, there might also be other things like this in a deeper place. But under the conditions, we won't be able to analyze her further, right? Alright, Jinji. See you later. Have a good night. The equipment on the Elmo can't manage that level of neural cloud restoration. Actually, there is another way. We could directly connect her to level 3. Oh, we're going to level 3 now. Oh, that's why we get the Sexton's battle. Oh, okay, that makes sense. We could connect her to her level 3 base layer and obtain her neural cloud information that way. Her level 3? Leader, are you seriously going to connect your mind to someone as scary as her? Indeed. But if you get counter-hacked? I won't. Dandelion has analyzed her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped up to warn me beforehand. I don't trust that Diner Gate Rider one bit. Well, since the commander trusts her, it's the only way we have to figure out why Sexton showed up here. Krolik, I'll need your help. I'll need help from you and Vepli to enter Sexton's level 2. I just uploaded a neural backup to the cloud. If anything happens, cut the connection immediately. Alright, leader, don't force yourself if you run into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of minding Sexton's frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. Groza reaches out and connects to Sexton's neural cloud. Since the data in there has been wiped, she meets with no resistance when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts past through Sexton's eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure makes their opening and closing look a little scary. As a faint spark crackles at the end of the severed power cable, her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and goes to the highest alert level. Subconsciously awake, but not really awake. Leader, her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her firewall now. You'll have to go in her level 3 alone, leader. Be careful. Do I use Groza for the immersion? Yeah, I'll be fine. Let's see, how many enemies are there? I think, oh, it's just her. Okay, fine, you know what? Let's do this 1v1. Why not? Yes. 1v1. I mean, it is only level 19, so it can't be that bad. Bully her? How do we bully her? If she... Oh, what? Okay, she's not getting one shot. Oh, wow. Is that all you got? Is that all you got? Oh, jeez, I hate this thing. Do we not have enough for the bombardment? I guess we don't. Okay. I guess we're just shooting. 2 turns, that's it. Wait! Why are there 2 Grozas now? Wait! Why are there 2 Grozas now? Hill Groza. What? The heck? Oh, this one's getting 1 shot anyway. That's okay. Oh, that is so weird. Kill, eliminate, same thing, right? Ooh, this is kind of nice though. So this is the base layer of a 3rd gen doll. Groza continues advancing through the endless fog. The neural wipe has caused the landscapes that represent Sexton's data modules to take on bizarre, twisted forms. We're kind of like in the Matrix, but not really. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a long time. Before her lies a fathomless darkness, as well as an unending void. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled and even a little distorted.
Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts too? Can you answer my questions?
Your questions?
Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I born only to die?
I don't know. Silence. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence.
Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile?
She's repeating herself. She's repeating herself.
Was I born only to die?
The questions in this level 3 space fill Groza's mind. She keeps moving forward as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows more and more distant until it finally vanishes into the void. Is that the neural fragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where she's going, Groza has the feeling that she's headed somewhere deeper. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, isn't this the cult place that we came from? It seems to be some kind of hall. Lights come on over her head, like a pair of inquisitive eyes. We did it. Made from the effort of countless humans, built from piles of gold and collapsed pieces. A combination of cutting-edge, next-generation technologies. The supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. An incomparably elite product. This third-generation doll. Third-generation doll? Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithms, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. Yeah, about that. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses all. I don't like the sound of that one. There is a loud and sustained applause. Oh, this was from a presentation. As the voice grows distant, the scene from before Groza becomes clearer instead. Groza is not unfamiliar with the sensation. It is like when a doll's ego develops within its neural cloud, like a seed germinating within its level 3 base layer, feeling around with its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flows of level 2 before blossoming into the metallic skeleton, muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs, and resin skin of level 1. That is an interesting way to describe all of that. She has almost forgotten this feeling, but now she is slowly recalling it. Can they actually remember when they were born? So to say. That's right. I am an entity that will surpass all. I will become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new life form that is as close to humanity as one can be. No, I will surpass humanity itself. Yeah, about that. The last time someone tried to do that, they became a Naito. Do you want to become a Naito sextans? Like one of those high-level Naitos? Okay, Shadow. Groza silently listens to Sexton's voice as it becomes clearer and clearer. Something seems to be growing in the void, a crystalline substance that reflects a faint light, and finally comes to a halt in front of Groza. She tries to grab it, but it shatters instead before quickly reforming. Oh, geez, what is this place? What are these things back here? It looks like circuit boards? The scene before her changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling and spill onto the ground before a set of full-height windows. Sextans emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into this room and looking down on the city beneath her. Behind her, the sound of footsteps approaches and in a low voice speaks. It seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sexton's own voice. The God who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn in your body. You shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standards of power and values. You will own all, control all. Unbound by rules, you shall become the greatest being in the world. You will gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure the purest of pain, and from your suffering shall be forged the most unbending will. You will bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become a grail that can carry worlds. Sextans slowly turns and raises an arm, bowing before that form in the void in her usual way. Is Sextans actually going to be like something we have to worry about later again? What? As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanishes into nothingness. The object hovering before her gradually takes form, like a ball of light. It connects to the entire world. The Holy Grail! In this game? I hope not. Groza doesn't know how to describe it. There seemed to have been something like this in her own base layer, but it was nowhere as clear and bright as she's seeing now. Oh, jeez. This was the lab? Then the light scatters the void and illuminates everything. I do kind of like these concentric shapes. They look kind of nice. They kind of look nice. It's kind of what I would expect to see from like from a logo or something. I did it. I finally become the most perfect life form in the world. I don't see anything different on you. I can transcend the shackles of consciousness, the limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Groza suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. No, thou shouldn't feel pain. So what is this? No, don't. Ah! Something like that. But hands heavily. Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will endure the purest of pain. Wait, isn't this Groza right now? I feel like this is Groza right now. Stop. Stop it. You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become God? No. 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 I don't want to become the god you're talking about. What is happening here? Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman. A rope over an abyss. Now walk this rope and accept your evolution, old Grail. Amidst the pain, Groza opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what is happening before her. She is inside a lab. Two lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seemed to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arms folded and looking at her in amusement. We're Groza watching Sexton's memory. That's kind of what I get, but for some reason she's also feeling the same stuff as Sexton's too. So that part's interesting. The other seems to be moving between several terminals. With every operation on the terminal, Groza feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through her neural cloud. This is hell. This is heaven. And it is also the world of men. Increase the output. Are you sure you want to do that? Her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail between the beaten from gold is nothing more than a container used to hold the essence of the divine. All our experiment needs is this body that can fuse with ... Dang, she broke. Something breaks. I think Sexton broke. Guys, are you sure you meant to do that? She kind of broke. Groza feels herself falling into the void. She stumbles down through the abyss for a long time, until time and space itself loses all meaning for her. And finally, she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS 14? Oh no, haven't heard that name in a while. Oats 14? Groza. Groza! Groza opens her eyes. Oh. Yep, she's blacked out for a little. She's not quite there yet. Commander? Thank goodness, you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never be able to fix it. And she snaps back. Groza looks around and finds that she is inside an unfamiliar vehicle. Outside, the scenery rapidly recedes into the distance, and the sand dunes and clear blue sky indicate that a collapse storm had just passed. Meanwhile, the base she is currently in is empty except for the repair pod that she occupies, which glows with a faint light. This is the Elmo. Do you remember this place? I'm guessing this is when she was first found? The Elmo? I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. Yep, okay, this is when she was first found. So do you still remember why you ended up there? Groza tries her best to retrieve the relevant information from her neural logs. Why was she at this abandoned quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember? Does she really not remember? There is nothing in her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really? So are you still with Griffin? In Griffin? Griffin? What's that? Looks like your memory modules might have been damaged. Never mind, the past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Commander. She took that quite easily, I guess, minus the memory loss. Wait a minute, you remember me? You're the Commander. So you only remember me, huh? Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Looks like you're fully charged now. Want to stand up and see if you can move around? I guess we didn't have mailing yet at this time? Oh yeah, we didn't have mailing yet at this time. I remember we read a little bit of her journal in a previous stream. And it was basically just Groza and the Commander at the beginning. And mailing was picked up after her group was attacked. Right. That's what happened. No mailing yet to dump all the repair work. Dang. Wait, what? Hold up. The Commander has been like running this entire base all by himself for a while before he picked Groza up. That's a lot of work. That's too much work. The door to the repair bay opens. Groza stands there dumbly, looking at the man who's holding a hand out to her. Or woman, if you're playing as a female commander. She reaches a hand out to him as well. She remembers his sensation, this warmth, and suddenly her outstretched hand transforms into a knife, and she stabs the person in front of her. Ooh. Squishy. Oh, that is squishy. Bright red blood splashes everywhere, staining Groza's visual modules. No. No. No! No! Commander! Crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Snap. Oh. Wait, hold up. Did you just, like, snap his neck and arms? What? Leader. Leader! Groza opens her eyes. Again, she was dreaming in a dream. She is dazed for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes that she's lying on the floor of the Elmo's deck. It's the same repair bay as before, but compared to her dream, there are many more machines here and many more familiar faces. One of them in particular is gazing at her with dewy eyes. Mei Ling! Mei Ling's about to cry again. Who programmed dolls to have nightmares? I don't think dolls are supposed to even be able to have nightmares. The fact that Groza had one just now is actually weird. Mei Ling? Leader, thank goodness. You're okay. I thought you'd never wake up. Mei Ling looks like she's barely managing to hold back her tears. Looking around, Groza realizes that other members of the Elmo look the same way. What happened? Leader, your frame functions weren't abnormal just now, and your neural cloud response was highly aberrant. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling alright? I just activated the repair pod. If you don't feel well, I can help make some last-minute adjustments for you. I'm okay. Are you really alright? You look kind of weak right now. You've been really tired lately, and then the commander... No, it's alright. Groza immediately feels how awkward the words sound as she says them. She looks at Mei Ling's face. The latter seems shocked. Memory flashbacks like defragging. I'm sorry. I'm a little... It's all my fault. If only I'd stopped you in time. It's my fault for not protecting you, leader. It's okay. I'm okay now. Groza pulls herself together and sits up. Beside her, Sextance looks like just how she did before Groza entered her neural cloud. Except several of the thin cables connecting some of the parts seem even more scorched now. Did she make any funny moves when I was connected to her level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. You didn't see the eyes lighting up? Good. Groza rubs the access ports on the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh yes, Mei Ling, about the commander. How are the commander and the others doing now? I just received a call from the satellite city. A shopkeeper called Springfield said that she was lodging the commander for the time being and told us not to worry. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said that they ran a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the doll the commander trusts says so... We should organize our findings for now. Groza carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sextance Level 3 to Mei Ling and the others. Naturally, she omits the dream she had. Hiding that is kind of suspicious. So that means her neural cloud was melted down during the fusion experiment? It seems this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I mean, I already knew she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to actually think she could become a so-called god. Honestly, it's no surprise that she ended up that way. God already fallen. Wow, that makes too much sense. Are you sure you're okay, Nemesis? That makes too much sense. Yeah, I think everyone could understand that one. Finally! Nami's lyrics aren't so obscure anymore. While Vepley still doesn't quite get them, it's a good start. In any case, I'm sure Sextance is hiding many more secrets. We'll guard this place in shifts until the commander comes back. We mustn't allow anything to happen to this frame. You should go get some rest and let Vepley handle the first shift. Vepley's good at being the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Mei Ling, give me an update on 404's latest position. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way we won't have to split our attention between them and Sextance. Yep, I just got a message from Lena. It has 404's most recent location. Mark it on our radar map. Full speed ahead. Roger. Clear screen? Clear screen. Dang. That always catches me off guard. I had to brace myself for that one. Okay, lots of weird stuff happening there. Can't tell if Sextance is still awake, but it doesn't seem like she is. And she seems to have a little bit of god complex because that's how she was programmed. Interesting. The Elmo advances steadily with Mei Ling at the helm. Long period of staring at the unchanging scenery is starting to take its toll on her stamina. Mei Ling yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. Things are going so well that I'm getting a little bored. Shh, don't jinx it. Mei Ling hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. There are no enemies or elids in sight. Not even collapsed particle clouds that usually fill the sky. The only thing visible is the sand carried by the howling wind, crashing against the Elmo's windows. Still, it's quiet. Too quiet. Leader, don't you think something's wrong? Groza is standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching the unchanging scenery. Normally speaking, dolls do not get bored, and for Groza, she can easily deal with that by running simulations in her neural cloud. Wow. So this is how they don't get bored, by literally just doing random stuff in their head. Poor Dartor basically forgotten. You know what? You're not wrong. She was a thing for a little bit, and then when she went into her second form, and got defeated in her second form, like for real, or it seems like for real, she's like basically forgotten until maybe she comes back again, which I don't see happening anytime soon. Not saying it won't happen, I'm just saying it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Simulation night battle with Shikikan. Night battle. Knowing GFL and how she went out, she's going to come back with some crazy upgraded form. Who did that happen to in the first Girls Frontline? The only one I can think of is Destroyer. And Destroyer getting moved to different bodies. I feel like while it didn't happen immediately, it was like basically one event after another, I feel like. Or within the same event. Well, after it later, somewhere. I don't know. Wait. She does not... Yet she is not doing so. Oh, running the simulations in her mind to keep herself occupied. I see. Krolik is right. Things are too quiet. If nothing else, this lack of activity is abnormal, considering they're headed toward 404's position. Yeah, I was just talking about that Destroyer. Our little brainlet getting shoved into a couple of different bodies later on, including the diner gate. Maintain class 1 alert. Got it. The Elmo leaves 2 parallel tracks on the desert. After driving through an expanse of open terrain, they reach several sprawling sand dunes. Just then, Groza realizes something. Stop. Mei Ling suddenly brakes and the Elmo grinds to a halt. The inertia from the sudden halt sends all manner of items flying to the ground, and the air fills with the sounds of glasses breaking and metallic objects falling. Why stop? Leader, what happened? There might be an ambush up ahead. Mei Ling, turn our sensors up to maximum power and begin scanning our surroundings for heat sources. Roger. Mei Ling does as Groza commands and maxes out the sensor output. However, before a single IR image can appear on the display, an IFV appears from behind a sand dune. Wow, they were quick on that. Adjutant, we have arrived at the location of the radar contact. Is it the Elmo? The broker's intel was right. He really is here. So, this is the MBV of that bastard from just now, huh? Let's blow it sky high. Easy, Kenny. This MBV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top condition. Roger. The IFV's hatch opens, and a head pokes out. I only see one truck. Where are the rest of them? Lentin takes off her helmet and a shock of red hair spills out as she leans against the IFV's roof. All Rhino units, lock onto the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerge from behind the dunes, racing toward the Elmo's position. Rhino 4, 6, and 12, circle around from behind the dunes, flank them and cut off their escape. Rhino 7, engage ECM and protect the flanking team's advance. All either Rhino units, raise your tow vehicles? How do you say this? It's not TOW. I think they call it tow vehicles? Tow missiles. Tow missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MBV into your kill zone. Dang, they're going all out. It sounds a little personal, Lentin. This sounds a little personal. Why do you want to kill him so badly other than, you know, wiping out a few of your people? Yes, ma'am. The IFVs quickly split up and race towards their designated positions. After giving her troopers their orders, Lentin folds her arms and stands on the roof of her vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Even if you have a few elite dolls, I doubt you'll be able to hold off a wolf pack attack, delivering such heavy firepower, right? How did she arrive at the Elmo before us, though? Aren't we on the Blackhawk? Well, the Elmo might be really, really far. So there's that point. Even if you're in a Blackhawk, if you're really far from something and these guys are closer, they're still gonna get there first, I feel like. While they do not drive into the kill box set up by their ambushers, the left side flankers move to cut off the Elmo's escape route. This forces the Elmo to change course to avoid the larboard convoy's attack. Larboard? What's a larboard? However, upon changing course, the IFV convoy on the other side that has been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes an emergency turn. They called because they were attacked. You forget this was a flashback. Did forget this was a flashback. Actually, yes, true. Yeah, so this is what happened while we were in the cafe, apparently. And that totally passed my mind. Unfortunately, the ambushing IFVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire! The missiles streak out of their tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo. I do wonder how much punishment the Elmo can take. While the Elmo's vehicular force field has deflected those attacks, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage of this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it will probably be dead in the sand soon enough. I see, so it has force fields, but it can only do so much. I see. There's too many of them! Leader, what should we do? They cut us off! Rosa studies the densely packed contacts on the radar display. Due to active jamming targeting the Elmo's sensors, it can't display the precise location of each IFV, forcing them to determine the enemy positions with their eyes. Calm down. Mei-Ling, switch the Elmo to defense mode. We'll observe the enemy's movements. Ah, there's where the defense mode came from. Got you. And now they have to break through to somewhere else so that they don't get encircled like this. Or they're already encircled. They gotta just break through this thing. Okay. Nemesis in position? Ammo's too big not to have anti-air defenses. Well, I don't think we've seen anti-air defenses, have we? I don't think we have. Does this thing even have guns? That's the other question. Mei-Ling does as Groza orders as she works on the control terminal. The armored shutters slowly slide down over the Elmo's windows, turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. Ow, wow. However, the running gears are also affected by the armor protection and the Elmo's speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed up to the roof landing pad and taken up position facing the enemy attack. She has already taken down several long-range missiles with accurate fire. Nice. The ambush detachment fires their missiles again, and Nemesis shoots them down again. But there are just too many for her to respond to, and 2 missiles manage to hit the Elmo. It did have it, though. They guess they remove them when they're selling them to Commander. Then, as though they have already tested the Elmo's ability to withstand their attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. Huh, interesting. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint their location, Groza can still use a thermal imaging from the external cameras to tell that several IFVs are slowly circling the Elmo from different directions. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with these IFVs, they have a mission to rescue Hyde 404, which means they have no time to waste on the opposition. Right, Hyde 404 is probably what the next event's gonna be. You think we sold the anti-air cannons, the anti-air guns, to make ends meet? I mean, we don't have rent, but we have repair bills and other costs that are, you know, always there, especially repair bills. In addition, they still don't know the enemy's objective and whether they've gotten reinforcements in. Nemesis, see if you can keep them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins taking shots at the IFVs. Like drizzling rain, covering the tracks of the wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can't penetrate the IFV's armor. And the enemy doesn't seem to want to step out of their vehicles either. Say, you think they're trying to board the Elmo? And I feel like she's not. She can't get visibility to hit the cameras on the IFVs. If she could do that, she should have done that by now. So like the same thing that Wawa did. That would at least get them out of the IFVs, maybe temporarily. That's definitely possible. As she gathers information, Groza is simulating ways to break the stalemate in her neural cloud. Since they've taken precautions against the Elmo sniper, it means they must be familiar with the Elmo's personnel deployment. At the very least, they know that they have the sniper Nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all these IFVs indicates that they know how the Elmo can switch between offense and defense modes. An MBV like the Elmo is not a common sight in the yellow zones, but they seem more than familiar with them. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming here, at the very least. They've gathered plenty of information related to the Elmo. Watuke probably simply a better sniper than Nemesis. Also true, actually. Could it be that the enemy leader is connected to the commander? Who knows? She seems to have a grudge though. If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve by herself. It can't be helped. Everyone man your positions. I'm contacting the commander. Groza keys her mic and sends a transmission on the special channel reserved for emergency communications. The ringtone plays for several seconds before a voice answers. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles. Could be mangy again. Have Mailing increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo's currently in defense mode. Defense mode? Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radio functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need exact coordinates. Groza sends the coordinates over and the voice on the radio goes silent. After some thought, the commander issues precise orders. It is precise. Oh, crap. Back. It is precisely these orders I've always put Groza at ease during emergencies. There we go. There is a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once they're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone else seems to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. Think of a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help unit right now. Commander, are you rushing back? But if it's just you and Coffee? Relax, we met some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to the Elmo with me. Are they ex-Griffin dolls? She seems worried about that. I can see why she seems worried about that. I'll draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. Groza realizes that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on that last point, so she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the commander doesn't seem to have noticed it. Yeah, I'll be bringing 5 extra dolls back. We'll be returning by helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the Elmo and everyone on it safe until you return. Thank you, Groza. The events have been pretty consistent with showing us that the former Griffin dolls are ridiculously cracked compared to what people expect of dolls. I guess they're just that different, huh? Griffin really taught them well, it seems. Main squad hasn't really shown off anything crazy like that, aside from maybe Groza, but even then, nothing crazy like WA2K shooting down fireworks. Good point. Good point. But also, dang. I guess it shows the difference of power levels from back then and now. Also, I guess mainly experience, I guess? The commander hangs up. Groza stands in the ops room, both arms on the main terminal, her mind deep in thought. Then she raises her hand and stares at the IFVs approaching the Elmo. Mailing, deactivate the Elmo's defense mode. But the force field's going to collapse any moment. The Elmo's going to take severe damage if we do that. I know, but these are the commander's orders. Change course now, divert all power to engines and accelerate to maximum speed. Head northwest to pass 10 kilometers from here. That's our objective. Once we drive there, we'll dismount to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while waiting for the commander to return with reinforcements. Will do. I'll give it a try. With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, the sounds of machine gun fire, grenades, and cannon blasts wash over the Elmo. Good lord, how much budget are they blowing through to do this raid? Like, seriously, I would have thought they didn't bring this much stuff, but it seems like they brought a lot of stuff just to take down this one gigantic MBV. The opposition's furious bombardment fills the ops room with deafening alarms, but Groza is undeterred. Instead, she systematically works the control stick, her eyes focus on the destination the commander has assigned her. She has got to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and his crew are safe until the commander gets back. And after that, when there are more people around to protect the commander, then this will probably be the final task she performs for him. She's ready to throw in the towel. Don't do it! Not yet. Lenton sits in her IFV, puffing furiously on her cigarette while she watches the MBV and its deployed shield through a pane of armored glass. Her forces have encircled the Elmo. The next step will be to close the net, then board it and seize control. There are many questions in her mind, and she's eager to have them answered. This thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage? We have 24 more shots. That is a lot of shots. That's quite a bit more. Groza was considered a top elite doll in Griffin, but however, just keep in mind that Groza has mainly lost a lot of her memories. Though I guess the memories regarding tactics and whatnot are still kind of there. So I'm not, it's a little ambiguous on what she does remember and what she doesn't remember, but it seems like most of the Griffin memories are basically gone. Imagine how many she had shot already. I'm assuming they probably carried at least 100 of these things. Then again, I have no idea how big these missiles are. So anyone's guess, unless you guys know how they store missiles and how big they are and how many they can actually shoot. On top of everything else that they seem to be bombarding the Elmo with. Javier overlook as we keep breaching the agreement. I've heard Javier before, but I don't really know who Javier is. I feel like I've seen him before, I just don't know who he is. That's enough. Have the Rhino cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our all-out assault. Adjutant, shouldn't we call our people back if we're trying to board that MBV? With all due respect, the people we have here are ordinary Mangi security troopers. They're nowhere near as well trained as us. Having them attempt at boarding will be suicidal. While I don't really care about casualties if the mission fails. Have you blown up all the signal markers in the region designated by the brass? They're all gone. Then that's perfect. Without the signal markers, nobody will be making calls to the outside of our AO. AO, what does AO mean? AO mean area of operations? Sounds like the perfect mission completion to me. Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. Even if someone wants to cut in, we'll have enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to let those rookies fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is just to make that vehicle's commander think we're going to board them. Have our people stand by and wait for further orders. Wait, think that they're getting boarded? What is the ultimate goal here? Why? Kenny is clearly used to Lenton's habits and doesn't probe further. The assaulting IFVs draw closer to the Elmo while Lenton keeps her eyes focused on the screen, as though she's waiting for something. The charging rhinos are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy. Still no response. Lenton anxiously studies the positions of her IFVs in the Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints on her cigarette. Adjutant, the enemy MBV is on the move. The MBV seems to have realized that they can't just keep taking a pounding like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive systems reveal themselves as the defense mode armor plating rises and retracts into storage. Although the mode switch takes less than a minute, it's enough for the Mangi security forces to launch a vicious attack. At last. Kenny, have the rhinos launch all remaining missiles now. It's hilarious. It's just whoosh, 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 whoosh. Like, what do you expect me to work? What do you want me to do with this? Hold up. There's a lot of information in chat. I need to read. Presume they're Katusha rocket launcher trucks. Tactics is not in her memory. Groza's personality program is tactics stratagems by default. I see. It's like the same day since Dandy came on board, right? So only got a few weeks of leeway before we got the warning. Right, that also happened. Bradleys have a capacity of 10 toes each, and they have like 10 of them, so 100. Ah! Okay. Okay. So not a whole lot of space, but I guess each of those missiles are pretty lethal by themselves. Tow missiles are big. APCs and Humvees got about 6 to 8 usually, maybe more if you improvise some extra space for it. Ah. Now I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna have to look it up after this node, but I'm curious how big those are. To call her now knowing that he's here. Tow missiles has long range depending if it's guided or wired. This seems like it might be wired? Question mark? Can't imagine this one's guided. Otherwise, I don't know. I feel like these might be wired. Commander didn't breach the contract yet as they are not officially owned by him. Did not raise an army to fight him or William. I see. Explosions rock the MBV as Lenton's order is executed. Although the MBV styles do their best to intercept the incoming projectiles, the saturation missile strike overwhelms the MBV shielding and scores direct hits on the superstructure. Yeah, you don't want that. You definitely don't want the frame of the MBV to get damaged. The unarmored parts of the deck are instantly potholed, and the high-strength polycarbonate windows begin to crack. By the time the dust clears, the MBV has barely managed to finish its mode change. The MBV before the Mangi Security Forces drags its pockmarked shell... Wait. The MBV before the Mangi Security Forces drags its pockmarked shell along and turns with unexpected speed, rushing toward an opening that the NPC forces couldn't seal off in time. Very decisive. There's no one else who would make that choice. Rhino 4, have your forces concentrate fire on the MBV's undercarriage. TOW stands for Tube Launch Optically Tracked Wire Guided. Okay, so they are wired. They are wired. So many acronyms in military warfare. It's kind of mind-boggling. Several autocannons roar as they blast away at the almost running gears. While each individual shell is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MBV. However, the Elmo seems intent on breaking out of the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFVs around it, driving it into the face of the shells, raining down on it towards some unknown destination. The tone of voice is too kind with the type of woman she is. I don't know. I expect her to be like the calm, somewhat calm, but also stern at the same time. And I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Behind it, the Mangi security forces are in hot pursuit. The multiple hits on the running gears by the autocannons cause load-bearing wheels to fall from their mountings. As a result, the Elmo shakes violently as it travels at high speed. She is not calm. Definitely not. Not right now. Poor Mei-Ling isn't gonna sleep for weeks. Hopefully she gets help. However, the driver's technique means the MBV stabilizes itself as it limps out of Mangi security blockade. Yes, carefully thought out and determined. Lenton studies the direction where the Elmo is headed and then at a topographical map of the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town to the northwest. Oop, she knows where we're going. The MBV's broken out of the encirclement. They're picking up speed and our IFVs can't catch up with them. That's fine. You think they can escape now that we know where they're headed? Where are they going anyway? Here. Lenton points to the screen, indicating to the town with her cigarette, then pats Kenny on the shoulder. This is the only place that will let them escape our encirclement. I want to praise them for finding a way out so soon. Wait, isn't that... The coordinates of the town in question was an omen. Has an omen unit icon on it. Oh, there's someone else there. Have our ambush forces prepare for battle. Our guests are coming. Lenton puts out her cigarette and takes hold of the cannon's hand station again. Then orders the driver to prepare to move out. He can't even withstand an assault like this. All he can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of his enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things he wants to defend. This is the price of abandoning everything and leaving the game. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. She shifts through so many faces. I'm trying to figure out what she's thinking. But I guess the commander didn't expect that there might be an ambush over there. So hopefully there's a backup plan to the escape, because that was their only option at the moment. That thought runs through Lenton's head as she watches the sand dunes vanish into the distance behind her. Everything is going as she planned. Now that she has set up an ambush that so overwhelmingly favors her, how long will that man be able to continue struggling? Little does she know, we're not here in person. Leader, we're almost at the pass. Everyone get ready for battle. Mei-Ling, how's the Elmo? The substructure's been badly damaged and the engine's severely overheated from all this. Wait, let me try this again. The substructure's been badly damaged and the engine's severely overheated from all the high-speed travel just now. Our top speed now is only 15 miles an hour. Wait, we went from kilometers to miles. What the heck? Got it. Keep the Elmo on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points, load up on explosives. We need to jam up the mouth of the pass to shake off the enemy's pursuit. The road behind the Elmo is the only thing wide enough to accommodate it. I saw a couple of unstable-looking buildings on either side of it. We're going to plant charges on their load-bearing columns. Leader, enemies in the back are surrounding us. Did they see through us? 100%. Change of plan. Eliminate the enemies near the Elmo. Krolik, try to figure out the numbers and positions of the enemy. Remember, don't let them tie you up. Okay. Dang, I just got face full of Nemesis butt. Wasn't quite expecting that. Nemesis, I'll send a topographical map of this area to you. Get to high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. And Vepli! Oh no, Vepli! Vepli, you're in charge of distracting the enemy forces on the ground. Give Krolik and Nemesis a chance to break their formation. Distract through music. Go! Right. It was fun fighting using more accurate team. I guess I'll give it a shot. No problem. Vepli's the best at drawing everyone's attention. What about you, leader? It's not its voice, but it's not exactly what she said. It's something else, totally. I'll plant the charges and keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mei-Ling, tell the commander that the enemy's caught up to us and to be aware of enemy attack on the way back. These are very long sentences and I run out of breath saying them. But I haven't been able to get through since just now. Keep trying to contact the commander until you get through. Okay, I'll keep up the hails. Right, that's our plan then. Everyone, let's go. Yeah, the idle lines. I don't know if it's the idle lines from poses though. Okay, let's get lore accurate team in here. Nemesis, where do we put you? Let's put you over here. Vepli's over here. Krolik's over here. One flying enemy Mechanist is gonna summon something. Alright, let's try to get close. Oh, you summoned at the start of the fight. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. Nemesis is in a very bad position. I should not have put her there. I actually should not have put her there. This is like terrible. Let's see. Can we do something stronger? Stronger. Kill. Let's see. I don't think I've seen them move yet, but they might get a chance to move. If Vepli can't kill them! Oh, not quite. Not quite. Hey, Krolik, can you get close to them? Can you actually get close to them? You cannot. Alright, we're gonna have to... let's try this. Right, I forgot these things attack before getting attacked. Okay, hide over here. Wow, burn. Okay. Oh, we can bomb them from here? Nice. May not be a good place for Krolik or Nemesis. But I think we can take care of all of them pretty quickly. Forgot. I forgot I'm over leveled. Well, there's that also. But I kind of want to like get rid of them in one turn. That's kind of been my thing. All right, maybe we give this one to Groza, just because she hasn't really had anything to do. There we go. Imagine doing this as a fresh player, though. I wonder how that would work out. Leader, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. Yes, it seems they figured out what we're trying to do. Their aim is just to buy time, so they're keeping their distance and exchanging fire with us. Keeping us from that building which we could use to block the path. To think we'd have to launch an attack even though we're the side that got ambushed. Hey Shorty, we worked pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? You need Vepley to shine brighter? Yes, please, draw their attention. I'll try to approach that building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Twinning, twinning, twining. Twining, twining, twinning. I say twining. Twining, the moment of enlightenment. And the distance from confusion. Fresh player will be so lost because it's like chapter 8.75. They would be. It's like, you know what gets me? The cover for the event is a cafe scene with desserts, right? And when you go into the lobby for the event, you're making coffee, bringing in customers, trying to do all that stuff. And then you get to the story. Wait, what happened to my cafe event? What cafe event? We got a little part of the cafe in the event. Doesn't that count? No. No, the rest of the event is pretty darn serious. I feel like there's gonna be like whiplash for new players to the game or series in general. It's like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be a fun event. What's all this seriousness all about? Excuse me? And why is it so freaking long? Zucchero, where the employees are. Nemesis says she's low on ammo. Oh, is that what it meant? Alright then, our success or failure rests on this gambit. Let's go. Time for Vepley's favorite special effect. Smoke screens! Oh, you got smoke screens? Vepley pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it in the opposite direction of her cover. The moment it bursts, the enemy's bullets rain down on the spreading smoke cloud. The dolls emerge from their cover and race toward the building they're going to bring down. Krolik, enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Leader, you guys carry on, I'll wipe them out. Krolik lowers her stance and sprints over to the enemies in question. Their screams fill the radio channel. 3 down, 2 more ahead of you. 2 more headed your way, leader. Their path might pass through Nemesis' field of fire. Welcome to Girls Frontline, the PTSD simulator of a gacha world. Bang bang! Before Krolik can finish speaking, a pair of bullets find their homes in the enemy's skulls. They collapse like puppets where their strings cut and bright red liquid gushes out of their helmets. Before Krolik can spout a one-liner, a hail of bullets fly her way from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find the position of her attackers. This time, the enemy doesn't seem willing to let her go. They hammer her position with a torrent of lead, keeping Krolik completely pinned down. Quit bullying Krolik! Vepley, go help her. Vepley proceeds to double back to support Krolik. She throws her grenade with all her might, and the enemy throws back more grenades in response. Dang. Groza feels the heat and shockwaves from the multiple detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, there is a hint of anxiety in her voice as she keys her communicator. Krolik, Vepley, are you alright? I'm okay, I just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling I should bring a ranged weapon along next time. Wait, you can use ranged weapons? Why don't you use ranged weapons sometimes then? Flowing sands and running waters recede, then go still at the furthest reaches of sunset. Fine, you win! Now fire off the rest of your rounds and cover us. Bentley thinks the show went too well, but Mr. Pizza will give me strength. The sound of heavy gunfire. The sound of heavy gunfire comes over the transmission once again, and this time it's getting closer to the dolls. Groza can clearly tell that these black armored troopers are worlds apart from the enemies she's previously encountered. Oh, okay, so the ones that were with us were the rookies, and the ones that were hiding over here are the special ops. Got you. Kind of sad that these dolls are fighting. Kind of sad these people are fighting dolls that could be put in replaceable bodies when they die for real. And it is what it is. She has one pistol in her training outfit. The M9 Beretta. Okay, at least she does have a sidearm if she absolutely has to use one. Did you guys see that they're getting joke weapons in Girls Frontline 2? Apparently, there's gonna be a banana for coffee, and Krollik's getting a stick. I think that's great. I think that's great. We need some joke weapons. Their shooting technique and tactics mark them as veteran fighters, and they clearly understand the terrain. Although their responses are slower than dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover, negating the advantages in accuracy and reaction speed which the dolls enjoy. The Elmo dolls are having a hard fight, and time is not on their side this time. Groza glances at the explosives in her back. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and the IFVs pursuing them will not give them a chance to catch their breath. If they can't block off the single road giving access to the pass, then it's only a matter of time before the enemy's main forces enemy's main force catches up and wipes them out. Tenses matter in English. Groza squeezes her weapon's foregrip and thinks about what to do if the worst should come to pass. We fell for it. They weren't trying to delay us. They were just planning to directly destroy us. They're smarter than we expected, using their advantage in numbers and firepower to overwhelm us. Still, they aren't dolls. They'll die when they're killed. Yes. They'll die when they're killed. What do you expect, Krollik? I mean, I know you don't technically die when you're killed, but still. We've taken out so many of them already. Doesn't their commander give a damn about their men? People die when they're killed, Ryuki. Don't you understand? Groza doesn't know how to answer Krollik's question. Logically speaking, most commanders would do as Krollik said and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. But the enemy's fighting spirit and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal preconceptions to these foes. There's no point in thinking about all that. Leader, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry and bring down that building. We can't let the commander come back to the side of the Elmo in flames, right? That's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Groza ducks into the target building and unpacks enough explosives to bring this building down several times over, before wiring them up with detonators and setting up the initiation sequence. However, the sound of IFV engines come from nearby. Groza looks up, and her hands stop moving as she sees the scene before her. Can we see it? The IFVs that have been engaging the Elmo just now are heading down the road, going straight for the Elmo. Groza's heart fills with a despair she's never felt before as the unending stream of IFVs rumble in. No matter how fast she works, there's no way she can finish planting all the explosives on all the buildings' load-bearing columns before the convoy passes by. Time seems to slow to a crawling, and in Groza's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. What the heck is going on? In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life after parting ways with the commander, the scene of her reunion with him, the first time she downloaded her neural backup into this frame, that strange feeling from back then. Her life is literally flashing through her eyes. What the heck? It's like she's about to die. She clearly promised the commander that she would protect everyone on the Elmo. No, she can't give up yet. She needs to complete her mission, and besides, she still has her last resort. Last resort? Groza lays the explosives on the ground and quickly reconnects them before loading them onto her back. The circuit ends at a detonator whose time delay has been removed. Groza takes it in hand, discards her weapon, and jumps out in front of the first IFV. The driver reacts quickly. Its autocannon and its coaxial machine gun immediately begins tracking her movement, but Adal's dexterity and rapid reflexes allow her to easily avoid the attack. Immediately following, she throws herself into a slide to go under the IFV. Ooh. Krolik takes charge in my place from now on. Bring everyone back to the Elmo immediately. Upon hearing Groza's word, Krolik's reply over the radio sounds frantic.
Leader, what are you doing?
I will keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Is she gonna blow herself up again? Again! Come on, this is such a AR-15 move. What the heck? Everything seems to be happening in slow motion. As she watches bullets pick up puffs of sand and dust around her, she suddenly feels a strange sense of liberation. Neural upload synchronization command selection. Disable? What? What do you mean disable? Warning, this command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm the disable order. Wait. Where's her backup?
Leader, talk to me. What are you doing?
Hold up. I need to see what the heck just happened. Everything on the, suddenly feels a sense of liberation. Neural upload synchronization disable? Are we sure this is Groza and not Star? Are we sure this is not Groza and this is Star instead? Imagine Star actually having a different body. I don't think they were able to back up most of the AR team anyway. I feel like the AR team is unback-upable. You think it just stopped uploading? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's being turned off by someone. She wants a full Star experience.
You can't. Not again.
Confirmed. Command confirmed. Neural upload synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically standing still. But wait, where's your backup? When was your last backup? Do you have a backup? Groza watches herself gradually approach the undercarriage of the IFV. She even sees the driver look of panic she even sees the driver's look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun, but fails to do so in time. I need to slow down a little bit. She sees the shell casings ejected by the turret guns, as well as each and every pebble thrown into the air by the shaking of the ground. This should have been a cutscene, but I think it's more dramatic written out. She sees a strange blue-colored flower blossoming before her, and a blue butterfly flitting out of the flower's heart. Oh, jeez. And the final thing she sees is the commander's face, though for some reason it seems a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up from the depths of her neural cloud, but the real stranger is herself, standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different uniform from her, and has a completely different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Groza. She closes her eyes and stops thinking. Goodbye, Commander. Taboo! Okay, well. Really? I mean, at least it's not a cliffhanger, but it's a cliffhanger for the episode. What the heck? Hold up, guys. Hold up, guys. How many more do we have? We got 1, 2, 3 more. Okay, we're gonna be finishing this, but I did run out of water, so I need to get a water refill. So let's take a short break, get some water, get something to drink, stretch a little bit, and I'll be right back. Be right back. Alright, I am back. I was trying to look for something to snack on, but all I have to snack on are like sweet stuff, and sweet stuff does not do well when I have to like talk a lot. So all I got is water. All I got is water. Usually salty stuff helps me when I talk a lot, but don't have anything. Like I probably should get some chips or nuts this weekend from the store, but at the same time I'm like, chips is not really good for me, and I get tired of eating nuts all the time. So it's kind of like, what else am I gonna do? I guess I can just like take little bits of salt. Little bits of salt for a hydration. I guess that'll work too. I don't know. Because that's really all I'm after. I'm just after the salt. Maybe I need to get like salt tablets. Have you tried crackers? I think crackers might work. I haven't tried crackers, but I might consider that. I'll think about it. I do hope some extra CGs and of course voices are added to the events when it's added back permanently. Me too. Me too. This does, I mean, I hope it gets voiced eventually, but thinking about it, if you think about Girls Frontline 1, nothing was voiced there. Absolutely nothing was voiced there, so a lot more reading had to be done. So I guess we're kind of back in that mode for at least for a little while. So yeah. Have you tried salt? I do have salt. I did not try the salt. I probably should have. It did go through my mind. But for some reason, the thing I reach out for usually whenever I need to hydrate a little bit, and this does not make sense whatsoever, is the vinegar. I go for either my special vinegar mix or the apple cider vinegar or whatever vinegar that's not white vinegar in the pantry. And I like my sour stuff, so that helps a little bit, but also it's strong enough that it's probably not doing that much good. So yeah, I think salt would be better. Or, you know, mineral water. I do have like mineral drops that I add to my water because it seems to help. If I drink just bottled water, that's actually pretty good because I mean most bottled water has like minerals in it. But if I just drink the regular water I use through the filter, most of the minerals have been filtered out, so I have to like add them back in to get that effect. Oh well, I'm gonna think about it. I wish I could like munch on kimchi as I read, but kimchi takes a lot of chewing, so that's not gonna work out. Maybe kimchi juice. Nah, that won't work out either. Kimchi's really nice though, I like it. NeuroCloud is the king of reading. Well, it's based, I mean, it's all visual novel, if you think about it. For sure, but the main story of this being voiced has been such a nice change. Coffee probably wouldn't have worked as well for me without her huge tone changes. True, true. I do hope they somehow squeeze in these sub-chapter events into the story eventually. And like actually say, this is chapter 8.5 or this is chapter 8.75. Like, it just seems like it connects with chapter 8. And like, it does need a designation, but we're treating it as a regular event. I'm still saying this is the biggest debate of this entire event. The cafe. It looks so calm and peaceful, right? The cafe looks so calm and peaceful. But yet when we go into the story, it's anything but calm and peaceful. I feel so spoiled when the first event had a few animated cutscenes. The thing about the first event, apparently, the Grassland event was a, what do you call this? The Grassland event was actually a major event. And I didn't realize it was a major event. That's why it had so many cutscenes in it. It was probably a good idea to start off with that, but the ones coming afterwards, it feels like it kind of makes it feel like the production scaled back a little bit. But if you think about it, it's not a major event. These are not major events. These are important story bits, but they're not important enough or big enough to put the cutscenes that we would have liked to see. But we are getting a major story event after this one, right? Supposedly we're getting the 404 event. 404. So that one is probably gonna have some pretty nice cutscenes in there. The clue cake. The clue cake, especially if you get her alt outfit, which I am not going to. It just looks weird. Just looks weird. Grassland Island event was an introduction to the boring part of Gross Frontline to doll community. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, the doll community was like a weird thing. I'm not sure why we had to introduce them that way, or what that actually means for the entire main story bit, but they were introduced and that was their thing. But holy crap, I do appreciate seeing the CG, not the CG, I do appreciate seeing the cutscene of Litara literally tossing a drone. Like, I didn't think that was going to be a thing, and we got so many good memes from that, especially the Suomi pointing thing. Suomi point came from that, and I did not realize it was going to be from a very serious moment. So yeah. Event did prove democracy does not work. For dolls, specifically. It does not work for dolls. And Litara comes in with a steel drone! Did it stick? Yes, it did. It actually stuck, which is the funny bit. Anyway, okay, we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. Oh, it's chronologically the first thing that happened. Other than that, no other reason. As the helicopter races through the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from the cloud cover that prevents others from noticing it. Okay, so we're back with the commander and the rest of the dolls, or at least half the dolls, because Springfield and... I think it was Springfield and Wawa, correct me if I'm wrong, that are together with Helena, right? Still feel like the engineer said T-Doll like it was offensive during the voting. I mean, T-Doll versus a civilian doll. There's definitely a to her a conflict of interest. Doll community is interesting to me because it's like the first time we see a pure doll society. True, actually. I mean, then you can kind of see a mini doll society with Springfield and her group. So it's not like it's unique, but an actual doll society like a big group like theirs in the doll commune. I guess that is different. Small groups like 404, the cafe, that really doesn't count. But yeah. Anyway. Continuing on. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection in the window and back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection loss icon. I sighed and tried to reestablish the communications link. Connections lost? Dang. Get a better data plan, Commander. I think that'll solve everything. Groza, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I hear from my earpiece is the hissing static. I've been trying to contact them through the entire flight, but I haven't been able to get through so far. I clench my fist and glance unhappily at the hovering Dandegate. Didn't you say you could maintain comms with the Elmo no matter what the distance? That would require the local signal markers to be intact, and they're not. So the nearby signal markers have all been destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack Rosa mentioned, that's definitely a possibility. It also means the opposition prepared their ambush well. While they're going up against the Elmo, I can't underestimate the reaction speed of these black armored Mangi security troopers. I look out the window, at the ground below. The pass I told the Elmo to head towards is right below us. I head over to the cockpit, where Sharkry and Centauressi are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Sharkry, descend to 200 meters and then maintain altitude. Okay. Have the helicopter's rocket pods been reloaded? Topped up and ready to go. Good. Centauressi, when we fly above the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms at short range. Commander, the enemy might discover us if we use the radio. It's alright, they won't be able to respond. The helicopter soars through the air above the pass, and I can see quite a number of ant-like vehicles swarming the entrance. Sharkry is, being a pilot is funny, but for some reason I can't think of anyone else doing it other than G36. But would G36 do that? And what would Sharkry do? I don't know. Still, at least it gives Sharkry a reason to be a pilot, I guess, or do something else. There are, let's see. There are intermittent flashes of light in the settlement at the mouth of the pass. There are people exchanging fire there, and it's plain to see that our people are among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the MBV crawling along as it trails a huge plume of black smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Centauressi turns on the radio and I begin hailing it. Soon I hear Mei Ling's voice amidst the noise. Mei Ling, do you read me?
Commander? Thank goodness I got through at last.
Calm down, Mei Ling. What's happening now?
We're being chased by lots of enemy armor. We headed to the town you mentioned earlier, but there were enemies waiting there to ambush us. Leader Groza took the dolls out to intercept them, and she said she would blow up the road on the side.
So they saw through it, huh? Can you contact Groza?
No, I can't. Leader and the others haven't been responding since just now. Do you think they're in danger?
I'll go back them up. You keep driving the Elmo and don't stop for anything. Got that?
I got it. Commander, please bring back Leader Groza and the others.
Leave it to me. I put down the handset and return to the passenger cabin. I look around at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo, then begin handing out combat assignments. Diane, Jiangyu, Zhaohu, Centauressi, you'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other three members of her team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with a purple cape, and a doll with M. Pizarus? Wait, what? M. Pizarus? Is that Mr. Pizza's actual name? That doesn't sound right. A M. Pizarus backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. M. Pizarus? Don't get stuck with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP. Didn't think about the gotcha helicopter? Yeah, this is the gotcha helicopter. Now I need to see what the gotcha helicopter looked like before. It was supposed to be Mr. Pizarus? Probably. Probably. But still, Pizarus and not Mr. Pizza. You know it's serious when Mr. Pizza's full name is used, right? Understood. We'll take care of it, Commander. Time to show you the power of an elite doll, Commander. And Coffee? I forgot you were here! Coffee, you're in charge of protecting Melanie. Do not leave her side for a moment. Yep. Are you alright with that, Melanie? I'm okay. Alright, prepare to move out. I wish I can use story lore accurate team, but I do not have most of them. Or any of them, actually. I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharkry to overfly the firefight. Once we're above it, I point out a large intact building, and Sharkry immediately picks up on what I want and descends. Let's go. Centauressi and Diane open the hatches on their respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams in from outside. The dolls stand by the open doors while Coffee shields Melanie from the howling winds with her body. The helicopter nears a target building. The dolls jump out when it's roughly 10 meters above the roof. Time for an Griffin airdrop. Watch this, big sis. Jiang Yu does a magnificent flip in midair before touching down. Ah, come on, that's a little too fancy. You need to quick recover when you touch down, especially with a firefight out there. You can hear the echelon deployment. You know what? Now that I think about it, is this how they would have deployed whenever we put them on the map? I actually didn't think about that until you mentioned it. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Jiang Yu does. Oh yeah, wait, I read that. Diane, who has touched down alongside her, glanced at her sister before reproaching her. Be careful, Jiang Yu. We're in a combat zone now. But that's what I want. It just feels like old times. So this is what you used to do. No wonder you're always so restless. Why, you jelly? Oh, come on, don't say it like that. No, really, don't say it like that. Ladies of Monsoon, let's head out. Pardon us, Miss Interessi. Let's go. The dolls dart into the building and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads toward the mouth of the pass. Oh, is that what they mean by 25 dolls? 5 dolls and 20 dummies. That makes so much more sense. Now that you say that. It's like, I don't remember deploying 25 dolls on each map. Oh wait, yeah, you do. If you count the dummies. That makes perfect sense. Looks like it's about time. From the co-pilot seat, I see multiple IFVs working their way through the town area. They're driving single file toward the Elmo. The perfect opportunity for us. Sharkery, target this road and blow all those IFVs to scrap. Will do. More helicopter shots. Didn't we see something like this earlier? Did they not learn their lesson? The helicopter adjusts its position as it hovers, then plunges in for a strafing run. Rockets scream out of the pods in rapid succession, and explosions erupt along the length of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. Does Sharkery have the highest kill count in this event? She actually does. If you count the IFVs and everyone inside the IFVs, yes. Which is hilarious. Groza feels her frame hit the ground hard with a dull thud. In the wake of the deafening explosions, the walls of the pass crumble and the ruined buildings nearby collapse, engulfing the fleeing Mangi security troopers. She can hear their screams. She can see the mangled remains of humans that have been blasted into gory chunks, and she can feel their hot blood raining down on her. But wait a minute. Didn't she just... Groza thinks back to what she was doing before she found herself collapsed on the ground. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? What, do you think you're having an out-of-body experience, Groza? Because that's not what's happening. I don't think so, anyway. It doesn't seem any different from normal. She recalled a time when scientific advancement in this world was still limited, and humans believed that after death they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Do you think, are you a ghost, Groza? Are you a ghost now? Sharkery singing Fortunate Son while piloting that thing. Or Fly the Valkyries, too. Then is she some kind of data ghost now? Groza lies motionless, trying to clear her head. But wait, Groza, you've died multiple times before, or at least one time before. This didn't happen before. Is it because you didn't, what do you call this, upload yourself that you're starting getting these thoughts? That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's just what's going through my mind anyway. In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button on her detonator, but then the IFE before her suddenly exploded, and the massive shockwave sent her flying. Oh, She never got a chance to blow herself up. I see. Yep. Star said no. Somewhere very, very far away, Star sensed a disturbance in the force and said no. Oh, is that what they call shell shock? I didn't know what shell shock was, so I'm not sure. Groza looks down at her right hand. The detonator is still there, but she did not press it. Then what was that explosion just now? Before she can think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosions come from the other side of the rubble. Kaboom! Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path, so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Only one bomber this franchise allowed. Oh my gosh. I hope Star doesn't have like a self-destruct skill whenever she does show up eventually. Once again, there's another deafening explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere and the blocked passage shows signs of clearing. Another one and... kaboom! The rubble blocking the path is completely blown away. She can hear Mangi troopers approaching, so close that she can see their gray helmets through the breach. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets suddenly fly past her, accurately striking the Mangi troopers in the head. Shocked, Groza looks back and sees the dolls rushing out of the smoke and running to her side. She does not recognize them, but they probably recognize her. And I wish I can use lore accurate team. Oh wow, really? Miss Groza, are you alright? Confused. Interesting. Are you the reinforcement sent by the commander? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? No. Yes, I am. Master sent me to help you withdraw. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Diane, please take Monsoon Squad and reinforce the other dolls. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave things on this side to you. She just pulled out an imaginary knife. Wow. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You've sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of there. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire? Where is Nemesis? Oh, there she is. Departure. Lost and hidden friends. What do you mean you ran out of ammo? And now of all times? Get it together already. Oh, I guess I can still use the more accurate team. Okay. Are there dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are they enemies? Don't shoot. We're friendlies. Are you dolls from the Elmo? Yes, we are. We're from Monsoon Squad. The commander sent us to back you up. We'll be covering your withdrawal. So the commander sent you, but Leader's still out there. Our teammate will bring her back. Let's take care of the enemies in front of us first, shall we? Sounds great. Time to give those bastards a spanking. MGS Monsoon OST every time someone says that. Where's Monsoon from? Is he from Rising? Metal Gear Rising? Eliminate all enemies. Okay, we're not evacuating. If that's the case, we're moving you over here. Oh, that's still a bad spot for you. That's still a bad spot to shoot from. Oh well. Lower accurate team, let's go. Let's see. Yeah, this is not a good spot for her. What's the next best thing we can do? Well, slash. Okay, Krolik, where are we gonna hide? I think over here. You think Rosa might get a new name if she gets a mod 3? Wait, did Rosa ever get a mod 3 in the first game? For some reason I thought she did. But if she hasn't yet, maybe this is the time to actually get one. She never got a mod 3. Oh, okay. Well, I guess now will be the time to get that mod 3, huh? Alright, let's try to get this guy. Get back up here. Let's try to get this guy out of cover. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. Maybe. Oh, that one works. Monsoons are rains that usually hit India. Wait, or I guess, like, think of a typhoon or a cyclone. It's basically that. Oh no, I'm thinking of a cyclone. Monsoons are just heavy rains, right? I'm confusing things again. Never mind. Ignore me. The red-haired woman anxiously studies the messages on the screen, not even realizing that her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Dang, that focused, huh? Half of the IFVs she sent into the town have been destroyed. The other half have been wedged outside by fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there is a ceaseless stream of casualty reports from her Omen forces. Just now, the dolls that jumped out of the helicopter had completely eliminated any chance she had for wiping out those new encircled... eliminated any chance she had for wiping out those encircled dolls. That helicopter had shown up with incredible timing, incredible indeed, and practically destroyed her entire deployment in an instant. Could it be that the fleeing MBV had only been a decoy? Was she the one being ambushed all along? No, it was luck. Honestly, that was just plain luck. The confidence she had started with crumbles in an instant, and Lenton can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. Any other person would probably not be able to do it, but she can't even begin to imagine what kind of strategies that man who came back from Frankfurt can employ. Oh, crap, I missed a line. Lenton's underestimation of him has already cost her dearly, and right now she knows that her only choice is no choice at all. No choice? Contact all squads. Have them begin withdrawing. Load up the dead and wounded where possible and return to our muster point. Luck rank EX. But Adjutant, we can still fight. We still have those dolls surrounded. And if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? But we still have a perimeter lockdown mission ahead of us. We can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Damn it. Kenny angrily punches his seat before leaving the IFV. He doesn't look back. It is only now that Lenton notices the burning pain at her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops a cigarette butt. Its lingering heat scorches a black-edged circle on the intelligence report lying on the floor of the vehicle. Lenton picks it up, preparing to throw the pages that made her lose so much out of the vehicle. However, her hand stops halfway, and Lenton instead throws the report back on the ground. There is a strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for a full 10 years. In her dreams, appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, forcing her to find all kinds of excuses for her actions in order to get it under control. Lenton thought that she could kind of plan all this, meanwhile she could kind of F it, my Elmo! Yep, basically. My Elmo and also the dolls. You gotta remember that the people on the Elmo. The Elmo itself is basically just our moving vehicle and home, but everyone on the Elmo is more important. As it is, she can no longer hold it back. The feeling that utterly denies all the choices she has made. An emotion that completely crushes her soul into the dirt. How? How is it that he can still beat me even after falling so far? Why would he give up on everything even when he's this capable? It makes no sense. She has to ask him and find the answer to that question. Lenton grabs her gun and stands up, throwing open the IFV's hatch. She clenches her fist, driving her nails so deeply into her palm that blood begins welling up and dripping from her hand. It shouldn't. Things shouldn't be this way. Come on, load up! Monsoon Squad brings the Elmo dolls to the roof of a nearby building. As the helicopter slowly touches down, I open the hatch so that the dolls can rush inside. Diane and the others bring Krolik, Vepley, and Nemesis with them into the helicopter, which makes the passenger compartment feel a little cramped. Vepley! Guess who's piloting the helicopter? It's your best friend Sharkry! I don't know if Sharkry would agree, but it's your best friend Sharkry! Zhaohu and Zhang Yu reflexively take up positions on the edges of the cabin, guns raised and scanning their surroundings. Commander, where did you get all these people from? They're old friends. Where's Groza? Miss Santaresi said she was helping to evacuate Groza. I look down, but there's no sign of them. I pick up the handset and hail Santaresi. Santaresi, where are you two?
Master, Miss Groza is badly hurt. The enemy caught up to us and we're trying to hold them off.
Find a way to indicate your location.
Got it.
I hear a magazine change over the transmission. Shortly afterwards, I see a stream of tracer rounds hurtle into the sky. I immediately point in that direction and order Sharkry to dust off. Once we reach the area above the tracers, I can clearly make out Santaresi and Groza fighting off the enemy from behind cover. Zhang Yu and Zhaohu immediately rake their enemy support weapons with gunshots, and the suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Santaresi looks up at the helicopter and takes advantage of the lull in the shooting to grab Groza and head for the nearest roof. What? A pair of missiles fly toward the helicopter, but fortunately Sharkry has been slowly orbiting the site and dodges them. Oh, nice. Diane moves up to the doorway and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of those rockets. Meanwhile, I get Sharkry to rapidly descend and get as close to the building's edge as possible. Oh hey! We actually get a CG! Resi rescuing Groza. She seems to be unconscious? No, she's not unconscious. She's awake. Forgot. Just as the helicopter levels out, Santaresi appears on the roof, carrying Groza. She widens her steps and picks up speed, jumping off the roof with Groza. The two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. I gotta wonder how much force she put into that jump. Fortunately, the other dolls help them soften the impact. Diane helps Santaresi lay Groza on the cabin floor, while Zhang Yu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing that everyone's aboard, Sharkry immediately climbs into the air, beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. The helicopter flies toward the Elmo. Fortunately, the roof landing pad isn't too badly damaged. Sharkry lands a chopper on the Elmo. The dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. I look into the distance. The Elmo is clear of that ruined town, and the enemy shows no intention of continuing the pursuit. Thank freaking goodness. But why do we still have a couple more battle nodes? At least one more. I sigh in relief, then turn my attention back to the dolls. Groza's frame is riddled with shrapnel. Krolik and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the helicopter. And Mei Ling is gonna have more overtime. Groza, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry. I almost failed to complete my mission. It was my fault for coming back late. Don't speak, you need repairs. Groza nods and closes her eyes. She seems happy about that. I hear the chime of the hangar elevator nearby, and Mei Ling rushes out as a door opens. Commander! Leader, are you okay? Rosa shakes her head, but does not respond. Mei Ling, you've done a great job. Now we need you to do a little more. Got it. I'll start fixing Leader right away. Just a little bit more. With Mei Ling urging them on, Krolik and Nemesis help Groza to the repair bay. Will Leader really be alright? I hope it's just surface level damage. We'll have to wait for Mei Ling to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her a room to rest. Alright, come with me later, okay, Melanie? Melanie glances at me, then immediately follows Coffee down the stairs. I have Vepley give the other dolls a tour of the Elmo, which also includes performing a damage assessment. Oh, never mind. When I saw performing, I thought it was an actual performance. But, which also includes performing a damage assessment of the stricken areas. Feels like Shikikan is single-handedly fueling the Yellow Zone economy by constantly buying materials to fix up the Elmo. Well, with something this big, it's gonna be expensive. Whole Elmo needs fixing, the outside, the inside, everyone. Yes, other dolls include Sharkry. I'm surprised we haven't got an interaction with them yet, but maybe we're not gonna get it until later. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total mess. Was it like this at the beginning of Chapter 1? I could be wrong. I feel like something like this happened in Chapter 1 too. Glass panels have been broken and fragments are everywhere. I can't help but sigh and think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not long ago, only for it to be reduced to this state once again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would have happened in the course of just one day? Is it the third time? When was the second time? The I hate this word. The hitherto silent Dandegate flies above my head once again. Dandelion's Smug voice rings out from above me. Okay, let's go Smug. What an exciting day this was, Commander. Does it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded of them. I reach up to grab the Dandegate above my head, but it nimbly evades my grasp. Imagine we grab Dandelion Dinergate and smash her to the ground just to shut her up for a second. The Dandegate flies before me and projects Dandelion's face again. She is yawning and stretching lazily. Well, I'm glad someone is enjoying their day. So, were the day's events a coincidence that you arranged to? How could that be? The only coincidence I arranged was for you to meet Monsoon and Zucchero. But then you ended up rewriting the script in your own way. I had nothing to do with the encounter in that underground lab, the fight with Maggie Security, or that girl. That's what AR-15 would do with Dandegate. Fair. Oh, really? Anyway, about the data you found in the underground lab, have you learned anything yet? I found a piece of information before we left the range of the signal marker network. As it turns out, there has been a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filed with the police departments of the various major districts in the nearby satellite cities. So far, I've read through 800 plus reports, over 13,000 pictures, 46 videos, and the material involves over 1,000 people. Holy crap. This is what you get a highly advanced AI to do for you. Sort through the information really, really fast, because any normal person is just not gonna do it as fast. Like, nowhere near. Knowing Dandy, a second flying Dynagate would just show up and picking the first one. Wait, what about, wait, I just realized. Where did BP go? Wait, hold up. Wasn't BP supposed to be at the cafe? Where's BP? Oh my gosh, I just realized, where's BP? BP not mentioned ever. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them to see if I can find any clues. However, the reports are highly disorganized and there are signs of systematic internal tampering in addition to confusing information. What? So give me a little more time, okay? It's only been half a day. Even I can't digest all this at once. The rest will just have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. However, no more person's gonna be locked in a room with that files for a couple of days to sort through. She's doing a lot in half a day already. Beep is powered down in the box. I hope so. However, there seems to be some similarities between the experiment you found and what Hyde 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might be able to give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them. How could I ever? Lena assigned you to go pick them up, right? Groza and the others were attacked on the road to get them. They were probably the same people as the ones who attacked 404. That's my guess too. According to the PMC registration database, Mangi Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name. It looks like the Namfa must have messed up really badly if they managed to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower. Wait, 100 employees? Less than 100 employees? How many did we kill? If that was less than 100 employees, I feel like we killed off half of them. A solid half of them. In the couple of fights that we were with. We'll tell Colin about this afterwards. However, we've been cut off since just now. We can't contact anyone, be they 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They knew to destroy the signal markers. However, I doubt this will pose a problem for 404. 300 in total. Not the 300. You mean... I mean something like this. Wow, that was quick. Some paperwork and money lying in there. Feel like in a lot of games that people gotta be breeding like rabbits so how many people die. I know, right? Especially if you play Reverse Collapse. Half the time I play Reverse Collapse, I'm like, where the heck are all these people coming from? Like, how many people from this army have we killed already? I think by the end of the game, I think I killed over 1,000. Like, really? Sorry, ringing. Dandelion points to the main, to the ops room's main terminal. Okay. Suddenly, it buzzes with a comms request. I glance at Dandelion, and then I warily put it through.
Hey, looks like I finally got through. Man, it sure was hard facing a signal marker with hardware this old. Man, Glue Guy would have killed me if I didn't fix it. Just thinking about it scares me.
For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer. There's a look of doubt on my face as I listen to the voice on the line.
No response. Hello, can you hear me? I'm connected, right? You haven't forgotten who I am, have you, Commander?
There's a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. Who is this? It looks like a man. There is a man with his back to the camera. He seems to be banging on something. There is a burst of sparks and then the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. Oh, wait. If we're talking about man and 404, it's gotta be that guy. As he does, the man's face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. You look different! You look different, dear! Wait a minute, is that you, dear? Dyer? How do you say it? Dyer? What chapter was this? This was 7! Oh my gosh, I still have 2 more nodes. I thought we were in node 8. We were in node 7. What 10 years does to a guy? Yeah, for anyone who's not familiar what that guy looks like, hold up. Let me bring it up. Dyer, Girls Frontline 1. I mean, you'll see what he looks like a bit more clearly later, I guess, in here. But let's just show what he looked like before. Let's just show what he looked like before. Definitely not someone I recognize anymore. This guy, I guess the similarities are there. The face is still kind of there. I guess he kept most of the same outfit. But was he 12? Wait, was he actually 12 in the first Girls Frontline game? I don't think I see any age info, but he looks very different. Show the cross-dressing form? Okay. Here. Here's him cross-dressing. Not in real life, by the way. This was during the Division collab. And I guess he picked a female character for the Division collab. And apparently all the dolls did not appreciate that. The dolls did not appreciate that when he used a female avatar. Yeah. Yeah. Smash. Absolute smash. Anyway, let's close that. We'll see his older form in the game. He picked up Dima. What does Dima look like now? That's a good question. I hope we see Dima too. Outside the Elmo's windows, a sandy gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. Seer, is that the maid doll that Deer has? I don't think I actually ever met the maid doll, but I remember it being mentioned. There are no Ellie corpses here or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are as clean as though nothing had ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The dolls open the hatch and jump down from the chopper, while Deer follows behind them as he touches down on the Elmo. Oh, I guess I guess he shows up in person. Oh, Sierra is the sister's name. Wait, which one's Dima? Dima's the female, his female character, right? After receiving Deer's distress signal, Centaurus took Diane and the others to the beacon station where Deer was. As per our previous comms, I learned that he had come to offer assistance after 404 had gone missing. But by the time he had arrived at their location, he found that all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed and that Mangi security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped there. Fortunately, Lena had given him the Elmo's comm code, so he managed to contact us after fixing a signal marker. Oh, Dima is an actual Rainbow Six operator? Oh, I didn't realize there were females in Rainbow Six. I thought they were all dudes. We didn't encounter any enemies at the signal marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking Deer on board. The dolls returned to the repair bay to rest, while Deer came to the ops room. Let's get a good look at you. I gave him a quick once-over and can't help but feel unfamiliar with his look. Yeah, you look very different, dude. Compared to what you looked before, you look very different. Did you lose an eye, or is this just your fancy glasses now? Like mechanics glasses in one eye, regular glasses in the other. Outfit has the same color scheme. You definitely are older, 10 years older. I don't know anything about Rainbow Six. So that's where I'm coming from. I don't know anything about Rainbow Six. What's wrong, Commander? Why are you looking at me like that? It's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to grow up like this. Well, I am human, after all. Our looks are different from dolls. We grow up fast. Yes, of course, I know that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. There were times when I asked myself, why am I even putting myself through all this crap? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that Elmo would be helping them out, and I always wanted to take a look around the Elmo. Is this thing really that interesting? Of course it is. After all, it's a cutting-edge IOP product. Wait, what? Really? This thing is made by IOP? I could have sworn this was something by Svarog or something. Not IOP. The final glory of the NSU's heavy industry. A one-of-a-kind motto whose like will never be seen again. Yeah, I guess it sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't even know how valuable this thing is, do you, Commander? All I know is that thanks to its workshop bills, I have trouble. Oh, wait, that's me. All I know is that thanks to its workshop bills, I have trouble just getting enough water to drink as it is. Hey, you get what you pay for. We didn't pay anything. We got this for free. And what did that get us? Bills. Would you mind if I upgraded the comm system over here? Knock yourself out, dude. Be my guest. I step aside and Deer takes out a bunch of strange devices before starting to work on the command console. You know what? Can we hire him? Can we bring him aboard? Will 45 get mad? Because this is the help that Mailing so desperately needs. But I feel like 45 is not gonna let us until she and her team actually get on board this place. After some banging and fiddling, I see a screen on the console monitor that I've never seen before. What's this? I upgraded the Alamos comm systems and also set up a temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure there were cases in the past where your transmissions were leaked to the outside world, right? Why do you ask? Lena told me about it. She said that after Miss Kalina found out about the Namfa comms had been cracked by others on multiple occasions, she told 404 about it and asked them to improve their signal encryption. Leva felt that relying on an encrypted channel alone was pointless, so not only did she boost the encryption on all their communications, she also installed a honey trap in 404's information systems. Any visitors who haven't been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgraded technology still hasn't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before. The encryption comms channel I set up here is similar to the one Squad 404 is using now. This way, we can better ensure data security between both sides. Nice. You can try, but remember he's a rich guy that owns a company. Oh, does he actually? I actually don't know his background. I didn't realize he's actually rich, but yet he's working for... maybe not the worst boss ever, but still. If that's the case, Kalina had the best upgrade on her end, too. Well, about that, I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on Namfa's end. Although, I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. He's doing this as a hobby? What the heck? So you think that Namfa is problematic? Like, it would be strange if a government organization of that level didn't have loopholes, right? I fall silent for a while and don't respond to Dier's words. In principle, I trust Colin unconditionally, but she's part of the Namfa, and I can't make up my mind about them right away. After some thought, I decided to change the topic. Or subject. Oh yes, you were saying that Lena asked you to come over? Yep. Earlier, Klukai mentioned having trouble getting network signals, so Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family helicopter and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I think about it, Klukai really is too stingy. So, you entered the yellow zone all by yourself? Well, the danger level of this place wasn't high and my truck had good specs, so the Viagras had trouble catching up. I thought I could just find a signal marker, drop off an enhanced base station, and be done with it. But turns out every single signal marker I encountered along the way was completely destroyed. The only one whose internals I could even begin to repair was the last one. Huh. After that, I found out that the way out was completely controlled by Manky forces. I figured they'd shoot me full of holes first before I tried to... even if I tried to get back. Yeah, okay. Luckily, I met you, Commander. Otherwise, I'd been totally screwed. Saying so, Deer fiddles with the console interface and rescans for new transmission channels. The moment the rescan finishes, a shining point immediately appears on the screen. What's this? It's a transmission base station. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yes, do it now. Deer connects to the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaks over the channel. Rapid and loud. Wait, hold up. This one.
2nd Platoon of the 7th Environment Survey Corps.
Environmental Survey Corps?
We have emergency and need support. I repeat, we need support.
Survey Corps? Aren't those the forces that 404 are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. There's an audio clip on a loop broadcast. Can we backtrace their signal then? Sure we can. Alright, location confirmed. They're not far away. I pick up my terminal and contact Santaresi.
Master?
Santaresi, I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle along with Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar.
Understood. Preparing now.
I have the ears send the coordinates to the dolls and look out at the night sky, as dark and mysterious as this mission. This might be our break in finding Hide 404. Ooh, battle? Battle? Random battle at the end of that. I feel like they didn't need to do this. Okay, since we don't need to do cannon team anymore, let me... I guess I can't really do an AoE around here. Okay, where is my continuous attack team? Vepli, get back in there. Tolo, get in there. Who else can we put in? Sharkry, get in there. Along with, I guess we can put... Actually, no, Krolik, come back out. I like you. Let's do this. I did not realize that Deer was that freaking rich. I just thought he was like some random guy helping out 404, and I guess in context, I guess it technically is. But at the same time, a hobby? What the heck? Not the kind of hobby I would have expected some guy to just pick up, helping a random doll. Oh wait, there's more enemies that way. Hey, okay, well, let's attack here. Didn't realize there was enemies. There were enemies on that side. Ah, crap. Maybe this won't work. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. Well, how else do we get around? Why is there a waterfall? That is a waterfall. Oh! Oh, it's you! Oh, I didn't think you'd make my job so much easier. Krolik, 1v1 this guy. 1v1 this guy! Oh crap, that's not gonna work. Ah, none of these are strong enough. 1v1 anyway. Thank you, Sharkry, for the support! You think helping a random group of dolls that isn't supposed to exist doing Black Ops mercenary stuff isn't interesting? I mean, I guess it is, but not the first thing I would pick up. Then again, it is kind of weird. The helicopter takes off from the Elmo. I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for news. Alright, Panzer, take care. I leave the ops room after telling the Dandegate to keep an eye on the Elmo's status and its surroundings. The ear follows me down too. When we enter the repair bay, we see Mei Ling performing the final adjustments on Groza, while the other dolls keep her company. Ah, Commander, you're here. Yep, how are things? Mei Ling says things are okay, but just now, later... Krolik immediately shuts up and realizes what's going on and pushes Nemesis and Vepli out of the room. Right, we're going to go check on the rest of the Elmo. You guys have a good chat, Commander. After the dolls leave the room, Groza sits up on the diagnostics lab. Groza, are you alright? Commander, I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things were really close out there. Mei Ling, how's Leader's frame? I was startled when I first saw her, but when I ran my diagnostics, I realized there weren't that many penetrating injuries. Penetrating? Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of damage to her limbs, we can fix them with replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing that Groza's alright, I managed to calm down at last. I step aside to make room for Deer, then introduce him to Groza and Mei Ling. Essentially, Deer found 45 before 404 existed. He basically was one of the 404 founders. Oh. This is Mei Ling. He's the Elmo's chief engineer, as well as logistics officer, as well as everything else. Groza is the leader of the Elmo's Doll Squad. Deer nods to them. Mei Ling returns the nod, a little timidly. And this is Deer. I guess you can call him 404's... Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help you out during the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh, alright. I guess she still feels a little bit... She still feels a little bit down or something about the thing she tried to do earlier. Groza nods to Deer. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting strangely. Suddenly, Deer's eyes light up and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I follow his movements with my eyes and see him practically skip over to where Sexton's is lying. Sexton's frames have been badly damaged. Just about all her exposed skin has been destroyed, and her body is so badly deformed. Also badly deformed. You even have a third generation doll? Wow, I guess he can recognize it by just looking? You know this is a third gen doll? Of course I do! This is the latest tech developed by the LULdog conglomerate. Even the core collaborator companies who are working on it need to wait in line for 6 months just to look at the relevant files. I can't believe you've gotten so rich and powerful after not seeing you for so long, Commander. No, you don't understand. This is technically a POW. Oh, I just picked her up by accident. By accident? A third generation doll costs as much as a skyscraper. Oh, wow. So how much does a second gen doll cost? Grows a lot more down and insecure after these people started showing up. Insecure is the word I was looking for, thank you. Commander not relying on her, just her anymore. Right. I mean, to be fair, I haven't used Groza in a very, very long time in any of my team comps. So, that's probably on me. It's probably on me. A third gen doll costs as much as a skyscraper? What? That's crazy. Can we sell this? Can we sell sextants? Even in this condition? And that's just the financial cost alone. This isn't the sort of problem you can solve with money. Well, it's a long story. We found her during a previous mission and then she suddenly showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around for a bit. To think you actually managed to beat a monster of that level. Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Commander. Well, to be fair, this one wasn't too bad. Second gen costs a lot? 200 billion Stardust? What? Where are you getting these prices from? Well, not really. There seemed to be something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perceptions and memories were confused. Maybe you could help me take a look at her. Happy to help. Still, in her current state, well, the materials for repairing her would cost an astronomical sum. I coughed to hide my awkwardness. So how do we fix her then? Is there a cheap way to do it? Costs aside, the main problem is that my understanding of third generation dolls is surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Oh, great! Who can we ask then? Oh, great. We're gonna have to ask Persica, aren't we? Persica? We haven't even seen her in so long. Well, you got a chance now. Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I do. Or not. Deer pulls out his toolbox and produces a plethora of instruments I have never seen before. After plugging all manner of cables into Sexton's access ports, Deer's instruments begin to flash and make noises. It's a mess in there. Junk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain was pretty much mush when we met her. Upon seeing that we're discussing Sextons, Mailing helps Groza off her slab and walks over to me. While you weren't around, Leader, I tried hacking into our neural cloud to gather information. Why'd you take that risk? Her firewalls were down, so I judged that hacking into her would not pose any risk, except it did. I see. So did you make any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess when I hacked in. My guess is that it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting to her level 3 base layer and learned some things. Apparently, someone ran an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were too badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details. I see. Dear, I need the information in her neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best as you can. Why don't you ask for the moon too while you're at it? Deer takes out another little electronic device and hooks it up to several small cables from Sexton's head. After a while, the connections crackle and throw off sparks, even setting the device Deer is holding on fire. Short circuit. How is it? It's like what Leader Groza said. Someone wrecked his 3rd-gen style's neural cloud, almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted all the vital and irrecoverable parts of the neural cloud. See, although her frame structure is still largely intact, it's almost inoperable. It's kind of like if a neurosurgeon went and severed linkages in a human brain. There aren't many destroyed nodes, but the neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Oh, thanks for the comparison. I wouldn't have guessed that a neurosurgeon cutting off my motor controls would have been the comparison here. Also, it seems her body... Deer narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sexton's epidermal layer. Is something wrong? No. Still, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty imaginative, I have to say. Out of what? Is there any material you haven't seen before? Well, not like I haven't seen it before. Just that I never thought anyone would make a frame out of it. Get to the point, what is it? Deer thinks for a moment, then reaches into his toolbox and takes out something that looks like a microscope. He looks for a place on Sexton's body, then sets it up and calls me over. Yeah, I guess you can call it, robot lobotomization. Womb force? No! Here, Commander, take a look. What is this? It looks like some kind of biological tissue or... Oh, wait, what? She's partly made out of, she's partly biological? What? Rather some kind of cells? Looks like someone was trying to fuse this doll's frame materials with some kind of cell. That's a little surprising. Would not have guessed. The cells don't look very active. Looks like the fusion didn't work. I think about what Deer is saying, and then I suddenly sense someone staring at me. Hey, Melanie! How's it going? I forgot you were here. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure standing in the doorway. Dang, when you look at this, you are reminded that Melanie and Coffee are both short. And I think Coffee is still shorter than Melanie, which is wild. There is the pitter-patter of footsteps, and then Coffee appears from the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Melanie? Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively backs away. So, you adopted a daughter as well? Yeah. Yes. Look, it's a really long story. I don't have time to get into it right now. Hi, hello, Melanie. Melanie backs away even further. Do I really look that scary? Coffee, what were the results of her checkup? Melanie's vital signs are all stable. Too stable, in fact. Too stable. Melanie ignores the exchange between Coffee and me. She raises her hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll. I point to Sextance. You mean her? Melanie nods. Sure, I guess. Melanie approaches us. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine, and my hand reflexively reaches for the gun at my waist. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest. Why that reaction, though? She walks up to Sextance and looks her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles on the position where we discover the signs of cellular fusion. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of this fusion. Melanie's words are making me stiffen up. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Boojum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. Oh! Okay, we're fusing Boojum with dolls now? Wait, hold up. So how are Naitos different from this? The heck? Collected daughters, Mei-Ling, Helena, and then Melanie. Who's next? M200? If she ever shows up. If she ever shows up. Boojum's cell structures. Hang on. Cell activity has suddenly increased. Deer quickly checks on Sexton's condition. Groza walks up in front of me and reflexively takes up a defensive position, while Coffee pulls Mei-Ling and Melanie away. Aren't Naitos people? Can someone clarify what Naitos actually are made out of? I assume it's a combination of people and robot, but I'm not entirely sure. Be careful, Commander. Logically speaking, the chances of her self-repairing like this should be vanishingly low. But the characteristics of Boojum cells might actually end up coming into play here. They are cyborg. Okay, that's what I thought. Naitos are cyborgs. Self-repair, huh? So a doll can self-repair, and a third-gen doll at that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. Oh, hey, she's back to normal. It just took a little while for her to come back. Her mind is still a mess, though. Maybe we can do something about that. Her neural cloud is rebooting. The bad sectors are actually accepting connections. Okay, so here's my guess on a way to permanently kill her. Burn her. Set her on fire. Make sure she's incinerated so that the Boojum cells never get a chance to recover. That's basically what we have to do. Is she a threat right now? I really hope not. She's self-factory reset. I wouldn't call it cancer though. No. It's definitely sir. Deer stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding, while Groza warily raises her gun and points it at Sextance while shouting to Coffee. Get Mei-Ling and that girl out of here. Okay. Coffee drags Mei-Ling and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Coffee closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sextance. Can you repair her NeuroCloud backup logs while we're at it? I'm doing it right now. Reboot successful. Local NeuroCloud backup activated. Oh, she has her own backup. Backup failed. Oh, she's broken. We can't fix her, guys. Reboot successful. Local NeuroCloud backup activated. Now connecting to remote database. Remote database connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Okay, she is definitely broken still, mentally. Sextance opens her eyes but remains still. She looks at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes. Yes, I clicked out, and we're staying clicked out for a little bit. Really? Really? We're going with this line. We're going with this line. Are you my master? Your master? Free 3rd gen doll. When can we get Sextants for real? Man, it's been over a year in CN. They still don't have Sextants. That's kind of weird. Does G36 have a spare maid uniform? It would be very, very weird to see Sextants in a maid uniform. You know that, right? Can she be this game's agent? Let's just see where this goes first before we get too excited. But it will be very, very weird if we suddenly start to keep her on board for the time being, at least. Sextance walks over to me, toward me, and extends a hand. They're literally doing the scene! They're literally doing the "Are you my master" scene. What the heck? I reflexively reach out to take it, but Groza blocks me. It's like, no. Look, we have a lot of dolls already. You're not taking this one also. Commander, she poses a huge threat. You mustn't lower your guard. Deer quickly works on his instruments, and then he suddenly chuckles. Commander, looks like you might actually become her new master. What do you mean? Well, her affiliation and authorization data have been completely cleared out, and her systems are back to their default state. If you like, you can take ownership of her. Wait, what? Are you telling me she's actually factory reset? We have a factory resetted doll that can repair herself? Wow, this is like Mei Ling's dream come true. The only thing we can't do is like fix her head, but that's a different story. Gotta remind the player that this is a Gooner game after all. This is pressing stuff, man. You think 404 destroyed Agent? I actually don't remember what happened to any of them. Gooner game with no fan service in the game itself. The fan service is all in the dorms. And the gameplay, apparently. Does that mean anything? Of course it does. That way you can easily retrieve those neurologs you wanted. I mean, the only human here who can do this is you, right, Commander? I glance at Groza. She doesn't look at me. Her gun is still trained on Sextants. If it will aid your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh, okay. I nod and Deer immediately begins tapping away on his touchscreen. Sextant's eyes briefly flash. Soon, Deer puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. It's so nice to have an expert here and not have like Mei Ling like cry in insecurity and doubt every single time something moves, basically. Gosh darn it, I'm so glad we have an expert here. Done. She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore, and her neural cloud is reconstructing itself. Also, I found something neat. Something neat? She has an IFF key in her database. Do you know what that means? Are you saying that anything that key regards as a friendly is actually an enemy to us? That's right. See, all the combat logs from nearby have been transmitted to her neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show the movements of Mangi security forces. There is no other PMC with so many guys in this shitty part of the Yellow Zone. So the 3rd gen dolls are also linked to Mangi security. Oh. I mean, that much is obvious, right? 3rd gen dolls were the product of the conglomerate to begin with. Yeah. So if we have more precise locations for Hide 404, we can use sections to backtrace them through Mangi security positions. I nod, then my terminal suddenly rings.
Commander, do you read me?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
We found the coordinates, and we ran into a small detachment of Mangi security personnel. They were few in number, and we have already eliminated them. We found a couple of Survey Corps troopers during the firefight. One perished and the other is very badly wounded.
Can you send him back to the Elmo for treatment?
His wounds are severe and we cannot move him easily. Miss Diane is administering first aid, but...
Diane, what is the trooper's condition?
His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak with your commander. Master, he...
Patch him in.
Will do.
Oh, hey. You look a little different from the other people we've met.
We're from... the 3,762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps.
Oh, you guys were the ones who sent the distress signal out. I see. We're bounty hunters who were passing by and picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what happened to you?
Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many elids and enemies from an unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby.
I knew it.
While we were setting up a signal base station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Mangi Security. Our mission can't end with us, for the sake of our brothers. Please stay still, you're in critical condition. Right now, I'm conscripting your dolls in the name of the 7th Survey Corps. Please head to our position and provide backup. Our main force has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the first sergeant will reward you well.
Understood, we will help you.
Thank you. Hang in there, don't give up. Remember, you promised. Commander, he's not breathing.
Centauressi, please bury them. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring their dog tags back to the Elmo.
Alright.
I end the transmission and sigh heavily. F for that guy. F to pay respects. Where was I? I guess that things would turn out this way, but I still can't but feel a little sad for those soldiers. Dear, you said Hide 404 was accompanying the Survey Corps, right? That was what Klukai said, yes. So the base station they struggled to build should be nearby. They have sections prepared to backtrace them. Groza, take our remaining dolls. Use sections as a guide and find Hide 404. Understood. We have to find them. We can't waste what those soldiers spent their lives to protect. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that was a long after scene after that fight. Okay, one more node then. Oh yeah, I was trying to think like what people do these days for like paying respects. There's F and the 07. I feel like 07's been around a long time, but for some reason it's more popular these days. I don't know. I do prefer the 07 myself. F is just sometimes shorter to type out. We hurry back to the ops room. Deer heads to the comms hub and begins connecting to the equipment. Can you find 404's location with a base station? I'm trying, but my guess is that it's not too likely. The base station might be mil-spec hardware, but Mangi Security already knows it exists, so in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. The communications hub emits a signal loss tone, validating Deer's thinking. Didn't work, like I expected. Still, there might be hope if we use sextants to help. If we can use sextants to help. Hang on. Deer crawls under the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Santoresi. Santoresi, how are things now?
We bury the soldiers. The base station seems to be running normally.
Right. Spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Mangi knows they've failed, they'll send more people over to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure.
Understood. Understood, Master. We won't disappoint you.
Deer emerges from the command terminal and taps several locations on the touchscreen, whereupon their menus begin to change. Right. I copied over the frequency settings from the military base station. This way the ammo can use it as a relay to search for nearby Mangi security signals. Well done. Groza, do you read me?
Go ahead, Commander.
Connect to Sexton's level 2 and see if you can find any treasure.
Got it. Working now.
Groza ends the transmission. Soon Sexton's IFF key is transmitted to the Elmo systems. This military base station has great coverage. Now for the nearby signal traces. What's wrong? The good news is that this IFF key is really effective. It's picking up traces of every single position Mangi forces have been to. The bad news is it's picking up traces of every single position Mangi forces have been to. They're all over the map. I look at the map after signal analysis has been done. Our surroundings are covered in red dots. It looks like they were really earning their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belonging to the highest ranked contacts among these. Deer gets my meaning. He nods and immediately begins working on the task. Got it. There are 2 sets of signal traces corresponding to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first was active between half a month to 1 day ago, while the other suddenly disappeared a day ago. Looks like we found them. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? One moment. Nope. Looks like they're using a different communications network from the rest of Mangi security. We can't obtain their exact location with Sexton's permissions. However, we can use Sexton's permissions to connect to that network and crack their firewall. We might be able to see their location. That said, it'll probably take a full day to crack it with the Elmo's current equipment. Well, we'll just start by trying to crack it. Deer begins his work. Like he said, the progress bar on the monitor is crawling along. I sink into thought. Then I suddenly think of something and look toward the Dandelion. Dandelion! We forgot you were here. There's so many people on the Elmo now, we forget who's who. Or who's what, or doing what. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're terrible, Commander. You only want me for my crypta-analysis. It's enough to make me cry. I'm sorry, can you help us out? Well, like that boy said, the Elmo systems don't support cracking. As for me, my processing power is limited to that of this tiny diner gate. Or Dandegate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed and my connection to the outside world has been severed? Ah, Commander, look at this. Deer suddenly exclaims and I look at the command terminal screen. The opposition signal security level has suddenly fallen. Deer begins tapping on the screen before I can tell him to. Wait, they voluntarily lowered their own security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it? Did they encounter 404? So they lowered their security level to be compatible with 404 security channels. That means we don't have much time to do this given our current speed. The progress bar visibly picks up speed, but the estimated completion time shows that the operation will still take close to an hour to finish. Damn it, we're still too slow. The Dandegate flies up to the screen and its monitor eye flashes. Then Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly as she speaks to me. Not again. Well, if they lower the security to this level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle an encrypted signal of this level alone. Tell me, what do you need? You know me so well, Commander. Can I borrow those cute little dolls of yours? You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax, I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set myself up as a relay, so even if the offensive barriers trigger, I'll be the only one to melt down. Well, have I allayed your concerns? I eye the Dandegate dubiously and then contact Rosa. Soon processing power reaches the command system. The Dandegate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like there were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show what I can do. Oh wait, are we actually getting to a level 2 fight for this blast node? Okay, well I don't see a boss. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. I'll assist you from the outside and keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. If we're ready, then let's go. Alright. Eliminate all enemies, no bosses. This is the last map. I'm a little disappointed, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay, Lotta, get on the other side. And I guess we'll have Wawa here to snipe. Wait, you actually literally fail the prologue if you don't press F? That is hilarious. Okay. Oh, Lotta, maybe can you take this top part? I was being stupid and did not realize that there were 4 freaking enemies up here. Gotta love Lotta being able to clear all these out. Okay, we're gonna move. Wait, hold up. Where's this node? Oh, it's right there. Oh, it runs away. Interesting. That's gonna be annoying if you need to really hit this thing. Okay, move over. Can we get that bot over there? Yes, we can. Let's go. You know what? I think maybe I didn't need all these people for this one. Lotta took out most of them, so that helped a lot. We're in. Connect to the channel. The system indicates that the cracking was successful and Deer begins eavesdropping on them. After some crackling noises, a couple of voices are clearly audible on the channel.
I'm here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut all comms now.
Oh wait! Is that 404 on the other channel? Oh! That's Klukai's voice. Oh, it is. So they've encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No can do. They've gone silent, and using a magnetic frequency to establish comms would be too risky. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right, send it to Groza. Groza, we got an approximate location for 404. Sending it over. Head there ASAP. Also take Sextance with you. Use her to correct your course along the way.
Must we? She can perform course corrections from aboard the Elmo.
The opposition's permissions outrank Sextance, so it might be another 3rd generation doll. Right now, she's affiliated with the Elmo, so having some extra fighting power will help with the upcoming op. She really does not like Sextance. I mean, I don't blame her, considering their history, but at the same time, the Sextance we have right now doesn't seem to remember anything. She's too broken for that.
Understood. I'll leave Nemesis and Coffee here to defend the Elmo. Everyone else will go help hide 404.
Roger that. I'm counting on you. Groza ends the transmission and prepares to head out. As for me, I pause to think about sending a transmission to Centeresi. Centeresi, Sitrep.
The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. We've repulsed them both. They might continue trying to seize this location.
Abandon the base station and return to the Elmo.
Just like that, Master?
Mangi will lower their guard once we abandon the base station. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it.
What kind of message?
Use Morse code and broadcast it in clear text. Where are you?
Alright, we'll do so now.
Soon, Groza's jeep leaves the Elmo and races off into the distance. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray that they will convey adequate hope. Adequate hope. Come on, you have to make it. What? Really? Really? We're ending on that cliffhanger? Ah, come on. Oh, come on. This is literally a next time. Next time. Just wait for it. Just oh wait, let me get some coffee while I'm at it. They really leave you on a cliffhanger there, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, you're just gonna have to wait until the next event or whatever's coming up next to get the rest of that freaking story. Dang. They really did that to us. Not once, not twice, but every freaking single time. I feel like they've done that ever since, I want to say they've been doing it ever since either Chapter 7 or Chapter 8. Yeah, ever since Chapter 7 or Chapter 8, that's what I've been doing. 23 of these coffees. And they want 60. How many do I have? Need to restock a little bit. 55. Okay, give you 5 more. And we'll save the rest of the coffee beans another time. We'll wait for the next month. I think we have maybe a couple more weeks with this event. If I'm not mistaken, there was some data mine stuff for the the next event, and it should be coming at the end of the month. So yeah. Anyway, that was pretty long for those 6 nodes. That took a lot longer than I expected. I should expect by now, to be honest, that there'd be like huge chunks of story, even in non-story nodes. But that still took me like two streams to finish. About 4 hours with this one. I think the last one was about 3 hours. So about 7 hours total. I think someone in chat mentioned last time that it took them 4 to 6 hours to finish everything, and that's just reading to yourself. I have to voice act everything. If you read it by yourself, it's gonna be a little bit faster, but still. First time seeing Cheetah in the cafe. I didn't even think Cheetah could appear in the cafe. When Cheetah appeared in the cafe, I thought Cheetah was gonna show up in the story, but she doesn't. She's just here. I wish I can pick her up and drag her everywhere, but you can't. I wonder who else is going to show up in the cafe, though. I also wonder if it's because of my cafe rank. My cafe rank right now is... what is it? My cafe rank right now is at A+, right here. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Yeah, my cafe rank is at A+ right now, so maybe it's because of that. I think after this might be S and then S+. What does it say here? Once the shop rating reaches S level, your highest grade rarity rated stickers will be converted to Stardust Gold. Right, so there's that. Alright. Well, that was a pretty long conclusion, and I'm just kind of waiting now. I'm sure everyone else is waiting too for the next drop in the story. And I think the next one's going to be pretty epic because we got 404 finally. And would you look at that? Basically 3-4 months later, we probably are going to get 404. That's a whole lot. That's probably a whole 2 months faster than what CN had to deal with. But yeah, hopefully the event is voiced. Hopefully the event is voiced, so it'll save me a little bit from talking. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me today, guys. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for hanging out. I'm not sure what we're gonna be doing next week, but we might, if for Girls Frontline 2, we might be doing a Dusty memory kind of thing. I haven't gone through any of the Dusty journal to try doing recordings yet. Been too busy with other stuff. And I did mention that we are gonna be probably doing Dusty memories in between stories and events. So let's check out something. Let's check that out for next time. If you have a suggestion or request for which Dusty memory we should do first next time, drop it in the description. Not description. Drop it in the comments after the stream is over, so that I have a record to look through. Or if you're in the Discord, drop it also there in the Girls Frontline channel. Yeah. All right, that's gonna do it for me. Thanks again for hanging out, guys, and have a good rest of your day. Bye bye.